Boom.
Ta-da!
So yeah, it's another Monday. I've had a decent Monday because it's a statutory holiday here, so that makes everything better when you don't have to work.
It's a holiday.
How
here
are you
too,
guys
right?
doing?
Great. I went to the gym. I lifted things. They were heavy, and it made me feel better.
That's an excellent way to feel better. I'm not going to ask how heavy because that would probably just make me feel bad because I am not a skilled lifter of heavy things.
I was doing 100 pounds on the ab crunch. Do these was like cable from overhead cable you hold. You
forward
hold it and
thingies.
Yeah. So, but it's this one standing instead of sitting down. So you stand and you
Okay.
hold the cables and you crunch over. I was doing 100 pounds on that. That was good.
Nice. So it's been an interesting time. Lots of things going on. I stopped off recently at a farmer's market, which well, not really a farmer's market. It's like a crafty market, and I gotta say, most of the stuff that I saw there was like cricket plus trademark infringement. Like, I've got a cricket, and I will make Disney stuff, and I'm just like, oh, all it takes is one lawyer here who's just gonna ruin everyone's day. And I decided I wouldn't be that lawyer, but mostly because I'm not employed by Disney, and so yeah. But I did get some interesting stuff while I was there. I got some gin, and so somebody's apparently got like a small distillery. It's W Lightning or White Lightning Distillery, which so out of Barhead, Alberta. So I'm gonna have some of that. Ugh.
Yeah, I have work in 5 hours, so I can't.
That's unfortunate. That's poor planning.
Yeah, I mean, it's really, really bad. But I settled for Swedish coffee in my mug with 2-hour words, I can't say.
Fair enough. Well, I guess it's the union workers out there probably will appreciate the.
Well, not at the moment, because last week I was on a 2-day training course about things I provided the material for. But since I can't certify myself, I need to give it to somebody who then certifies me. Now I get to train others. Bureaucracy, woohoo!
You can train me on something?
Oh, I was trained in new laws and regulations regarding collective agreement insurances.
Okay.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. But well, collective agreements, not hard. Our insurances, the same. New laws and regulations, because politicians think that, let me change that and that. And all of a sudden, I have to do like 100 hours of work.
Now, I see that our the chat appears to be just completely stalled out.
Yeah, StreamYard chat is bonkers. Rob had the same issue, so I'm looking at pop-out chat here, and you've been gifted 50 memberships.
Oh, well, I should get on replying to that, but because
doesn't everyone like it when the technology just works, like your microphone works,
yeah,
StreamYard works, and the thing just works, and the chat works, and everything just works all at the same time? I get very irrationally frustrated when one of the technology things fails. I get very mad.
I was going to say, that's not irrationally frustrated. That's a very rational kind of frustration.
Canonical Heat gifted 50 memberships.
Nice.
Yay!
Thank you, Canonical Heat. It's much appreciated, and congratulations to everyone who was a recipient of those. Yeah, I guess let's start off by talking about something funny-ish. Have you guys heard of the self-proclaimed Queen of Canada?
Yeah, I have.
So,
she's my queen. Is good. I'll tell you what.
With their own currency and everything.
Well, of course. Does she have her
She's
own
got a web
stamps?
page. So, I know
Commander in
you're
Chief,
probably
what Commander in Chief, what does the Canadian military have to say about that?
they have to say no. So far, the comments are no. Her Royal Majesty Queen Romana Digiolo, Head of State and Commander-in-Chief, Head of Government, National Indigenous Chief. I should note that she is recognized by precisely 0 Indigenous groups in Canada. President and Queen of the Kingdom of Canada. And so she's got a
President
bunch
and
of...
Queen. Wow. That's interesting. So she's mixing head of state and head of government roles.
So she's they, them?
She is off her rocker.
Huh.
And so she's got a bunch of like royal decrees.
Mm-hmm.
And...
Are any of them subscribed to Ian Runkle? If not, can we get you one? I'll pay for one for you so that you can get a royal decree to subscribe to Ian Runkle. I'll do it.
But I guess if she
or I'll subscribe to Law and Lumber. I'll get a royal decree.
I guess if she wants to come on the channel, I'd bring her on.
Oh dear.
Can I be in the background just watching?
It's long, her list of decrees. It just keeps going. So
now, does she have a different queen name than her birth name? Because sometimes kings and queens go by names other than their birth name. So is she one of those people? Does she have a different name as queen than her birth name?
Probably. So she's calling for 30 years imprisonment for distributing race theory materials. She is calling, she's decreed that the lawful age of consent to sexual relations is 24 years with 30 years imprisonment, which 24 years is kind of a long time.
Aggressive.
Let's see what else. Banks, moneylender companies are hereby ordered to immediately cease and desist all residential and commercial property foreclosures in Canada. Now, this is really interesting because she says things like electricity is free and so forth. And the result of that is that a bunch of her followers have basically said, okay, we're going to stop paying our bills. Guess how that goes.
Oh, great.
Probably with less electricity, I would imagine.
Also with less home, because a ton of them have ended up having their property seized. And so
foreclosures have been banned.
You would think, but as it turns out, that's not actually a big help.
Oh, okay.
So she is really something of a menace. Now, it's one thing when this is just affecting her followers, but they've moved into this small town, this town of, what is it, Richmond, Saskatchewan? And they have decided that they live there now and that they're running the place. And so, like, let's have a look at Richmond, because Richmond is not a big place.
Yeah.
I
guess you don't see super chats either.
Population? No, I'm not seeing the super chats right now.
Yeah.
It's very sad for Uncle.
I'm going to have to watch out for those. I see Canonical Heat saying, in a shout out to you, Nick, you remind me of a grandfather born in Big Dea and great grandpa in Karlskrona.
Yeah,
big accents.
Big Dea, which is far north, and great grandpa in Karlskrona, which is south. So that's an impressive trip back in the day.
That would be a huge trip, especially because Norway is pretty up, down, as travel goes. Like lots of mountains, lots of that sort of thing. So, yeah, this is Richmond. It's pretty tiny overall. and they have decided that they are going to move in there. It is an absolute circus. Now, she claims as well that she is a lizard person, which I'm not even kidding. And she also claims that she's got access to these med beds, she calls them, which are said to cure any illness.
Can we see one of the med beds?
No, you cannot see one of the med beds.
Because if she has a bed that will cure any disease, that would be great.
Well, and one of the sad things is you'll get her followers in her messaging groups going like, I have cancer. I really, really need like access to one of these med beds. I'm running out of time. And yeah,
why doesn't the Queen make them available to her loyal followers? What's that about?
I'm thinking that what that's about is just that there is no such thing.
But I want a pony. You can't tell me there's no pony. I want a pony.
That's pretty much what we're looking at here is that.
It reminds me how the patent office still to this day has 2 entire art units devoted to perpetual motion machines because so many people file them.
Oh yeah. Well, and the funny thing is that they're just...
Can you produce a working model? That would be helpful.
And people try.
They do. They do try. They do absolutely try.
And I love the test for it, which is just, we'll put this in a closed room for a week and see how it goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, she is, she's a fascinating figure, and not least of which because she's managed to avoid getting arrested. Some of her followers have been arrested, and some of her followers have ended up in court, typically over things like, hey, we haven't been paying our bills, and we say we don't have to. One of the funny ones was that somebody was ended up in court as a result of so Romana issued a decree saying that all vaccination orders are not in effect. And so I'm not going to get into the details on that one, but this person challenged this in part on the basis of, I have these decrees that say that I don't have to do that. Now, the good news is that they had another person on that trial, not really a co-accused, but a co-claimant. And that co-claimant made useful arguments like, you guys didn't follow your own policies. And so they end up winning, but not on the basis of the decrees.
It's always fun when soft sets win in spite of themselves. It's always like, what do you do with that?
There's actually a big soft-sit win case here that gets cited as like, sovereign citizenry is great. And it's actually an evidentiary win. What happens in that case is guy pulls up. Guy gets pulled over because of the usual, like, soft-sit crap on his car, probably. He gets asked for his license and registration and says, I ain't got one, but here's a big list, binder of documents. And the officer opens the binder, and the binder just contains, he gets handed this binder, and the officer opens it, and it contains like the usual gibberish, like a fee schedule, which basically says, for pulling me over, you owe $1 million a second. For talking to me, you owe, thousands of dollars per minute and so forth. And so the officer then goes, well, this is garbage, and chucks it away and detains this guy for, various reasons.
And then somewhere in the folder were the documents the cop wanted.
No.
Okay. I thought that's where that was going.
What it actually is that the court says, listen, you can't prove that the documents weren't in the folder, prosecutors. So because you didn't actually look through the folder, you lose.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's a soft sit win, but not on the basis of any of their stuff being accurate just on regular law.
Yeah, I think Larry, the DUI guy, had one of these cases a couple of years ago where the cop said, I smelt alcohol in the beverage in the center console, so I poured it out. Well, interesting. That's destruction of evidence.
It happens, and I've had a similar thing where the cop says, "Yeah, I poured out the beverage," and I was like, "Well, did you save the can?" And the officer goes, "I did actually," and the can was a can of ginger ale, and so I was like, "So, is it possible it was ginger ale in the can?" He's like, "Well, it didn't smell like ginger ale." So, but is it possible? He says, "Well, I guess it's possible." There goes that charge. Pro tip for police officers: if you want to use a liquid as evidence, you got to save the liquid. And I have actually seen situations of officers like, I have a liquid in an evidence bag. Those things are watertight. You can just seal them up with tape. It's all good. So
that'll work.
Yep. And
more the point if you want to use evidence, you got to preserve the evidence.
Yeah.
Make it one step more fundamental than if you want to use a liquid, you got to preserve the liquid. Just evidence of any variety. Be helpful if you had it. That'd be great. Where is this evidence?
I've had similar things where in one case the officer said, "Oh, well, I unloaded the guy's gun and it had a cartridge in it." And so he's being charged for, careless transport of this firearm because it was loaded. And I went, "Well, did you save the cartridge?" "No, it fell into the guy's car and I didn't want to dig for it." "Okay. Can you prove it was actually a cartridge and not a snap cap?" "What's a snap cap?" "I don't know what that is." "Okay. Well, can you prove that this actually would have gone off if you'd fired it?" "No, I guess we can't." "Okay. End of case." Like, if you want to win on evidence, you got to actually win on evidence.
I'm so happy I'm in labor law because those evidentiary things is not rarely happens.
Civil law, a lot of it is you fight over the evidence before the trial. And so a lot more about what the evidence is going to look like in a civil file, typically. I have to ask, how close is Swedish to Norwegian?
We can read each other and understand most, but that depends on which Norwegian. If it's old Norwegian, that's much harder than new Norwegian. So there's 2 languages in Norway. I think they separated it in... it was a reform in 1920, I want to say. There was a reform from Old Norwegian to New Norwegian, because Old Norwegian, that writing is horrible.
It's like, this is too much of an annoyance. The reason why I ask is I did a semester in Norway, and so one of the things is that everybody in Norway speaks English really well, at least in the cities, but the writing, of course, is all still Norwegian. And so I'm wandering around, and you're doing a semester there, so you're going to be there a while. You've got to, I'm trying to get all of the basic fundamentals. And so I'm going off to buy flour, and I find something that is clearly a bag of flour, just based on like the shape and so forth. And I pick it up.
Where this is going already.
And it's it says big on the front of it, BYGG, and I have no idea what that means. But I go and get it back. To I'm staying in this little dorm room, and I tried making pancakes with it, and they tasted awful. And now I go and look up what that means on Google Translate, which is barley. I'm like, oh, right. I just bought barley flour. This is not going to make great pancakes. So it,
Ian's House of Barley Pancakes, man. It works. I like it.
It was not my best moment, but I had a great time in Norway. I never made it out to Sweden, sadly.
I grew up quite close to the border, maybe 45 minutes from the border. So I do understand quite a bit of Norwegian. And we have a friendly banter between Norway and Sweden with jokes who is the most stupid people. And, well, that's interesting. For instance, do you know how to recognize a Norwegian in a restaurant?
I am not even going to venture a guess because
he peels his French fries.
Is there a basis for that, or is it just
No.
something ridiculous?
It's all that ridiculous.
It's yeah, I know that there's sort of back and forth. Although one of the really interesting things about that that dispute, so Norway has insane liquor taxes.
Whew.
Truly insane.
Yeah.
They're high enough that you actually get this weird cultural thing where they have what they call pre-party and after-party. And so what that is that it's too expensive to drink at the bar. You drink before you go to the bar, and then you maybe have like one at the bar to keep your buzz going. And then when your buzz is wearing off, you go back to somebody's house and you drink again after going to the bar.
Yep.
But you don't drink at the bar because it's too expensive. But
yeah. I was amazed that wasn't the norm everywhere when I discovered, because we do it the same in Sweden. You party, then you go to the bar or the pub or anything, and
the pregame, baby.
Pregame.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people do the pregame here as well, but it's not as much of a thing, right? It's not as.
No, you're completely plastered when you get to the bar.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've been with groups that have showed up at the bar, and we were arrestable when we got there.
Yep. And you're often just told to take a walk around the block. Then you can get in.
Norway also has incredibly high fines for public intox or public drinking. They're about $800.
Wow, that's expensive.
Yeah. That said, the cops are pretty forgiving with that. I had so I was out drinking with friends, and somebody handed me a thing of orange juice that was orange juice and vodka, except it was about 90% vodka. And I was drunk enough that I didn't realize that until after I'd taken a good solid chug of this. And then I was like, how much orange juice is in this? And they're like, just for color. And I'm like, oh, here you go. I'm going home because I'm about to be just wrecked.
Yeah, I mean, you have one bottle of vodka and one can of Fanta. That's it.
I was driving, or I was walking back. Sorry, not driving. I didn't have a car there. I'm walking back to my dorm room, and I'm pretty wrecked. And so I'm staggering back to my dorm room, and this person goes and addresses me in Norwegian. And without even turning, I'm just like, I don't speak any Norwegian, as I'm sort of fumbling around trying to find the swipe card for this dorm room. And he says, can I help you, in this very distinctly police officer, cadence in perfect English. And so I turn around, there's this cop there. And I'm like, this is my dorm room. I am very drunk. And he says, yes, you are very drunk. This is your dorm room? And I said, yes. And he says, okay, do you mind if I watch you go in? I say, not at all, sir. And so he watches me open the door, and he says, you have a good night. Stay home. And I went, thank you. So I was just like, this guy could have issued me an $800 ticket and he chose not to. So I'm just going to call this a win, and went to bed and spent the rest of the night like trying to hang on to the bed. That was fun.
Mm.
When you're trying to sleep, but the difficulty is like you're worried you're going to fall off the mattress that's on the floor.
Yeah, Sweden is much more relaxed with that. We can have a drink in the park and stuff like that. We can go with a beer can towards the bar, drink it, give it to give the can to a homeless man, and then walk into the bar. I mean, yeah,
Nice.
That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
I approve.
Also, people wanted to hear the story of my tire adventure.
Mm.
So I had an adventure. I was going out hunting, and I'm on my way out there. And the first thing that happens is I've got low tire in my left driver's side tire, or my front driver's side tire. So I go and fill that up at the gas station, and then I'm rolling along, and I get low tire pressure in the passenger front tire. And I'm going, what the F happened? So I pull over at the next gas station, have a look at it, and it's losing air really fast. I am almost, I'm not on rims, but I'm getting close. And so I put more air into it, and it's just like I can hear the whistle from the air blowing out. And I'm going, oh crap. But I've got a donut, like a spare tire. So I'm like, I'll just pull the tire off, no problem. And I run into a problem. And the problem is my nut was thoroughly stripped. You can see here, this is what it took to get this thing off. This thing is mangled now. So that's the lug nut that we had to eventually get off. But so I'm stuck there. I'm trying to do everything I can to get this thing fixed. I managed to limp to a Canadian Tire, but they're closed because it's Sunday and this is a small town and everything's closed on Sunday. So I'm trying my best to fix this thing. I go and get like a patch kit, but I'm not able to patch this thing. It's just not working. And I end up calling AAA, which is supposed to be like roadside assistance.
That is what they're supposed to do.
So what AAA tells me is that A, they won't help me with the patch kit. B, they won't help me with the stripped lug nut. They say we can do an uncomplicated tire change. And I go, well, so can anyone with a pulse. Because an uncomplicated tire change is not difficult. So I'm like, why would I need you for an uncomplicated tire change? And they're like, we don't know. And they say, we can tow you to a tire shop. And I'm like, I am literally parked in a tire shop's parking lot right now. So none of those were helpful. Ultimately, what eventually was helpful, and this is actually, I think, something that is a pretty useful thing to know, is I had a can. I bought this ages ago. It's a little like inflate and seal thing. So like a little canned, tire repair thing. And that worked amazingly. Because I'm sitting there like, I can't do anything. I can't anything. And what do you call it? I just attach that thing up and press the switch on it. It fills the tire up back again. And it was able to hold air. It actually got me to my hunting site. And I was there for like a week. And then it got me home, which was like 350 kilometers. Nice. Now, I am amazed that it worked that well. I went and bought another can of this. I'm going to buy a second can of this for my wife's car. Because, yeah, I actually think it's fantastic. So
I think some cars actually ship with that now, just like standard, because a lot of cars don't have full-size spares. And I think some cars don't even have like those little donut spares anymore. I think some cars, all they come with is basically fix-a-flat.
I mean, this one, we've got a donut in it, and I'm going to get it, what is it? I'm going to replace that with a full-size spare, because a full-size spare is, it's brilliant when you've got it.
Yeah, I have a 20-odd-year-old car, so my car is old. It has both a cassette player and a CD player.
Nice.
And that was luxury at the time, to have both. Hey, it works. It's a $600 car, and I've had it for 5 years now.
You know what my first car had? No
8-track?
CD player, no cassette player, no 8-track, no radio.
So you were driving around listening to wind.
It had like a little compartment where the radio would, or where the sound system would go. And that's because I got this car from my grandmother. She handed it over to me when she got her car, or she got a new car. So, and this first car, she had managed to, she was negotiating them on everything she could. But my dad was with her and wouldn't let her negotiate down the safety features, like, you know, anti-lock brakes and whatever else, because he's like, she will die if that happens. So instead, she was like, I'm going to find somewhere to save money on this thing. And they said, like, radio, $50. So she's like, nope, take that out. And they're like, seriously? And she managed to grief them down to like $10, but they wouldn't give it to her for free. So she was like, nope, take it out. So they just had a compartment there that you could put change in instead of an actual radio. It was ridiculous, but that was just how I was rolling. Good times. But all right, let's move on and talk some law, because there's been some developments in the law.
I like law. Law's fun.
Law is good. Well, no, law is not good, but law is at least what we're here for. So,
the state of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez. I know those names.
I've heard of those before.
Hope you know state of New Mexico at least. So this is the latest developments in the Rust proceedings, because that just keeps going. And, you know, Alec Baldwin is out, but Hannah Gutierrez Reed is still in. And quite frankly, her behavior on this is, you know, as an armorer is just ridiculous. So I am still going to follow this one. I know there's people who don't want to follow this case because they're like, oh, Baldwin's out. But I think this one is interesting. Sebastian, that is a good point. We'll get to that right after this. So
yeah, I mean, I live in a country with more or less a complete gun ban. You have to be in a gun club. You have to have a theoretical and actual shooting test. I mean, you have to have every step of the way to even own a gun. And once you have it, you have to have a gun safe where you have to have the gun and the pin separated. And the ammunition can't be in the same safe.
That is ridiculous.
Ta-da! Yeah.
So you've got to have multiple safes?
At least, well, the ammo safe doesn't have to be as secure as the gun safe.
That...
yeah, I know. It's to our word territory. But again, here at my farm, I have giant farm tools. If I want to get rid of somebody, I have options.
Fair.
Oh, Dave sent his people over on MLS Law Show. Hey.
Oh, yeah, awesome. Hey, welcome everybody. So we're looking at the Rust lawsuit here, and this is the government response to a motion for a protective order and to quash a subpoena. So what the government is asking for is they want a bunch of documents from the Rust production. And the Rust production does not want to give this up.
I bet they
Why? Yeah, there's probably a few reasons. One, once they give it up, they can't really keep it back. And I'm gonna bet that a lot of this will be useful for civil suits if any of those are still pending, as well as just people are going to be horrified by some of the stuff that they hear about what was going on. And also, films are this horrible world of scary accounting. Hollywood accounting is famous as its own sort of thing, and
it's a bunch of crap.
Yeah, it's as close to fraudulent as possible without actually qualifying as fraudulent. So one of the things that they will do is ensure that the actual film itself makes no money. And the way they do that is by creating a bunch of subsidiaries. And those subsidiaries like do various things like, they'll have the film of like, Pirates of the Caribbean. And the actual film production of Pirates of the Caribbean won't own the trademark to Pirates of the Caribbean. They will make an agreement to license that from an entity whose entire purpose is to, and I'm just using that as a theoretical example. I haven't actually dug into the books of that particular film set. But then that IP will be licensed to them by some production or some company whose purpose is to hold the IP and license it to them. And so that company might be incredibly profitable because they have no expenses on this film and huge money from this licensing agreement. But there's all sorts of ways they sort of funnel the money away from the actual production into other things, which is why if you ever are on a film and they offer you a percentage of the net, do not take it.
Net is for losers, baby. Gross or bust.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Points on the net is basically just, it's a fiction. And that comes up in the Michael Oher lawsuit where they're like...
Every year they give the actor who played Darth Vader a letter. And it says, "I'm so sorry, but Star Wars has still not made any money." I'm serious.
Oh, I 100% believe it. Well, and wasn't it the guy who played Obi-Wan who got points on the gross and became stupidly wealthy as a result?
Yeah, Sir Alec Guinness.
Yeah.
Stupid rich guy. Until he passed away, of course. Now his kids
in the original
and
Star
grandkids.
Wars?
I think so, yeah.
I seem to vaguely recall it wasn't a points on the gross. I seem to want to say that it was a percentage of like the toy sales.
No, that was George Lucas.
That was Lucas.
I know one of them got super rich on that. Yeah.
Yeah, Lucas negotiated for the toy sale money, which insane. So yeah, but regardless, they probably don't want people digging into their finances and their business because yeah. So this is
bad. It's a criminal trial. Give it up.
Exactly. So I'm just looking at the response rather than going through the initial thing because the response actually basically refers to a lot of the arguments made. So it's probably just for time. It makes more sense to look at.
I like this footnote. Rust made no efforts to reach out to the state seeking some sort of resolution before going to the court. That's just a bad luck. Yeah. That's just a bad luck.
I found
it's terrible.
I found Alec Guinness. Tack on 2% of the back end gross, with Lucas throwing in another 0.25% as a goodwill gesture.
It's a lot of goodwill, man.
Oh, and I think Rob is sending his viewership over. Welcome, everybody from Law and Lumber.
Yeah.
So,
and I think your chat started working again.
Yeah. Also, by the way, while we're talking
Really?
about Arnold Schwarzenegger, where he got a lot of his money was from Twins, because he didn't take a salary. He just took part of gross, and it wound up being like so lucrative that basically they never made that deal with anyone ever again. This is like him and Dan DeVito took $0. It's like, we'll just take it on the back end, because they think it was the only way they could convince the studios to film it, because they didn't think it was going to work. It worked. They got paid huge.
I talked to a lawyer who used to do incorporations, and he just did he did a bunch of them just as kind of a side hustle for so basically he had his own firm doing incorporations, and a lot of people couldn't afford like the $200-300 he was charging to do an incorporation. And so he would do them for like 2% of the total. Like, hey, I'll take 2% of your shares. And he said 99% of these ended up being worthless. Like, he'd do an incorporation for these companies that just never turned into anything. One of them got him to retire because it was a bunch of tech guys in a garage, and then they sold their stuff to, I think it was Microsoft. And he's just like, and they just basically called him up and were like, hey, do you still have your 2% shares? And he's like, I have never sold any of those in my life. And they're like, you're going to be getting some money soon. And he was like, you say what? So that was that. He just retired. So he is, he's doing well. So right now we are looking at Rust for all the people who just walked in, because I see a lot of people saying, what are we talking about? So what is happening with Rust is that Rust has put in for a subpoena, and the state of New Mexico has put in for a subpoena. They want a bunch of information from Rust. Rust has objected to this, and the state of New Mexico is responding to that. That's what we're looking at as the response, because it's going to refer to their objections. So the first thing here is Rust Productions first argues that the state subpoena is unduly burdensome and will result in unreasonable expense. And then here's where we get to the footnote that Kurt loved, and it's a good footnote. To the extent Rust had concerns regarding the scope of the records, the is state requesting. Guys, proofread your shit. Rust made no efforts to reach out to the state to request clarification or limiting the scope of the request prior to seeking the intervention of the court. Special prosecutor
That pissed me off.
Oh, I mean,
like you run it right away to court. It's like, you just try to work it out, okay? Yeah, it's like, try to work it out.
Usually, this is a great way to lose, right?
Yeah.
Because they say special prosecutor spoke to counsel for Rust concerning the subpoena at issue in this motion, as well as a second subpoena for audio and video. Ms. Morrissey offered to receive the requested documents under a protective order and never received a response, nor did Mr. Vila or anyone else representing Rust express concerns over the scope of the subpoena before coming to this court for relief. Seeking intervention of the court without first attempting to timely resolve issues directly with the special prosecutors is a repeating pattern from Rust. The last time Rust filed a similar motion, the special prosecutors worked with Rust counsel to limit the request, and we were able to resolve the issue, although slowly over many weeks without the court's intervention. I would say this is a very risky strategy because, in a lot of these cases, like, one of the things that happens in a civil suit is you're going to get requests for discovery, and those requests can be expansive, right? All documents relating to X. And so I haven't done a whole lot of civil, but I've done a little bit. And, we had an issue like this. They said, we want all documents that relate, that mention this thing, this business. And we sort of set back like, hey, that's going to be tens of thousands of pages. Can we narrow this? And we actually suggested a narrowing, like, hey, we think this is the relevant things. And they agreed. And we got it down to like 200 pages instead of tens of thousands. It was a business relating to a breakup in the business, and they were like, we want all documents from this business. And it was like, how about just from the time period where you guys were actually in business together? Can we do that? The court expects you to do this, right? And I mean, this is playground rules, right? Can you work out your fight before you come to teacher? And the risk, and this is what the prosecutors here are actively courting from the court here. This is what they're actually suggesting in a roundabout way is court. If they're not willing to play nice, you can just hold that against them.
No, Chip.
And so the risk that Rust is running is that the court may say, you didn't object to this, you get to produce everything. Like Kurt,
also, this is a criminal trial, so I'm not sure I could really be bothered to care in the first place, to be quite honest about it. What do you think? Where do you think you are right now, Rust Production? Where do you think you are? Give them the information.
Yeah, sir, this is not a Wendy's. There's a dead woman here. You're going to provide everything.
Yeah, mediation is kind of out of the picture, and
yeah. So I think there's a very real risk that they get hammered on it, but we'll see. Oh, and it looks like StreamYard's chat has once again decided to phone it in.
Yep.
This is not going well. Technology is frustrating us.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up in the private chat. Just copy-pasting.
I appreciate it. We're going to lose some super chats. I am sorry, people, but yeah. All right. So they want the subpoena seeks a very limited set of documents. Agreements between Rust and Alexander Baldwin III, Baldwin, for the period January 1st, 2020 and October 21st, 2021. That is actually very targeted. Agreements between Rust and Eldorado Pictures for the period January 1st, 2020 and October 21st, 2021. Although this Rust argues this request is obviously burdensome, the state cannot imagine a more discreet request.
I'm inclined to agree with the state without reading one more word.
I agree. That looks
it's pretty specific and pretty targeted. I'm like, I can stop reading things. I'm convinced.
This looks to me like they're going to end up with, I don't know, under 200 pages would be my guess. Right? So the agreements sought are between a grand total of 3 entities and are limited to contracts, agreements, letters of intent, and memoranda of understanding, and for a limited period of time. Such documents should be easily identifiable and easy to locate. I can tell you that the lawyer should have these already on their shelf and ready to go, right?
Yeah, I mean, just give them to them. What are you afraid of? These documents? What? I'm hard pressed to think of what the concern is.
It can be detailed about work instructions. I mean, if her contract has some wordings that isn't that you're not allowed to leave, you're not this and that. So, if anything, the wordings in the contracts.
Well, that's pretty material either to the prosecution or the defense, either way.
Yeah.
So, give us the documents.
Yeah.
So simply alleging a request is burdensome is insufficient. Rust gives no approximation to the court of how many documents the state's request implicates, although the state estimates there are less than 10 responsive documents. And this is, I'm going to tell you, if it was burdensome, I think they would have been able to identify it. Like, listen, this is 10,000 documents, that is like comprising 50,000 pages. You just, like, that would be something you'd absolutely put in if it was true, right?
And even then, it's like, give us the 50,000 pages, because if you know anything about discovery,
well, I mean,
50,000 pages. That's a light weekend, man.
Oh, I mean, it's
Yeah.
it's absolutely the case that you just assign the junior to read through all of the crap that just came in. So, and then they make this lovely point. As the court is likely aware, Rust has been engaged in extensive civil litigation concerning the events occurring on October 21st, 2021, and has likely already completed the gathering, examination, and review of the documents requested by the state. Because of course they would have to, right? Indeed, the effort is not Herculean, and the documents requested are few. Allegations of the state's request being unduly burdensome are not accurate and are not supported by any facts before the court. Hey, if you want to make the argument, you got to have the evidence, right? On the contrary, the state has limited the inquiry to a discrete set of documents involving only 3 entities and for a limited time. A request of this limited nature is not unduly burdensome as contemplated by the rule of court. So, I think the state's got an excellent argument on that. That's just how that feels. Materiality. So Rust argues that because Mr. Baldwin's criminal charges were dismissed, the documents sought by the state are immaterial in the case against Hannah Gutierrez. This argument is nonsensical. Now, I mean, I bet that if there's something good in those documents, they will absolutely use it. I mean, they've got to be sitting there trying to think if they can revive the charges against Baldwin. Like, that's something they want to do actively. But Baldwin was a producer on the show and heavily involved in the development of the script and other aspects of the film, and was personally involved in firearms training provided by Ms. Gutierrez. He's going to be a witness, if nothing else.
Yep.
They'll call him and be like, hey, what was her training like? Tell us about the training. How much of it do you remember while you were playing on your phone?
Remember that subpoena Ducas Tatum we sent you? Here's just another subpoena. It's for you. Please produce yourself.
And for the folks who don't know what the subpoena Ducas Tecum is, it's produce records. Show up with documents. They are fun.
Subpoena Ducas Tatum is show up with stuff. Subpoena is show up with yourself.
Yeah. You personally are going to have to testify.
Yeah.
So, most importantly, however, is that Ms. Gutierrez's counsel alerted the state to a potentially mitigating issue relating to Ms. Gutierrez. Ms. Gutierrez alleges she made requests for additional armorer days and for additional time to provide gun handling training to Mr. Baldwin. Ms. Gutierrez asserts that it is her belief these requests were denied for financial/budgetary reasons. I suspect also that Mr. Baldwin...
Budgetary. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that sounds like something that might implicate like a producer on the film somehow.
Are they trying to backdoor a new indictment against Mr. Baldwin?
I suspect that they are, but I think that they also have a good case on getting these documents anyway. So
it doesn't matter anyway. It doesn't matter because the documents, if they want to go after Baldwin for them, they're entitled to the documents. Baldwin has no standing. Give the documents. Yep. The documents implicate Baldwin. Well, that's just sad.
For Baldwin. It's happy for everybody who doesn't like to see women shot in the face. Although I think it was actually the torso, but you know.
Yeah. Chat asks, can Baldwin plead the fifth?
He can, if it...
Sure. When it comes to his testimony, yes. But these documents, first of all, they're not testimony because they're not coming from his mouth. So the Fifth Amendment is inapplicable. Second of all, even if it was, they're not his. They're in the production document. And there's a distinction between him and the production. They're legally distinct entities.
Doesn't the Fifth prevent or allow you to not testify? It doesn't ever, to my knowledge, allow you to prevent somebody from accessing something that you wrote down.
That's why I said they're not testimonial in the first place because it's not coming from his mouth. And it's even if it was, it wouldn't matter anyway because they're not his. They're the production company. So it's wrong for every possible reason. The Fourth Amendment is more on point, not Fifth. But he can't invoke the Fourth Amendment because, again, it's not his documents. They're not coming after searching him.
Yeah,
so
it's not his property.
He has no constitutional protections here. Give the documents.
Yeah. And maybe like stop shooting people is also a good.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
So
very uncomplicated advice, not legal advice. Very uncomplicated. Don't shoot people in the face.
Or the anything else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for example, Mr. Baldwin's agreements likely require that he receive a certain amount of compensation for each day filming or each day performing tasks relating to filming, such as firearm training. The state and Ms. Gutierrez should be permitted to explore whether Ms. Gutierrez's requests were denied due to financial considerations and not due to safety or other reasonable considerations. And this is, I think, is an excellent point. They're like, we want this information not just for us, but Ms. Gutierrez is entitled to information.
Yeah, that's why I was saying it's like it's not even obvious which side it necessarily benefits. It might be exculpatory evidence.
Yep.
So, like, give us the information. We're going to turn it over to that Miss Gutierrez anyway. It might wind up helping her case, but if it does, so be it. That's the way that's supposed to work.
And I can tell you on some of my criminal trials, like I had one where I sent in to the prosecution an alibi notice. I said my client couldn't have been there because he was in another place entirely. And the prosecution went and pulled video. They went and found like a video surveillance system, and they pulled video from the appropriate time. And they came back and they said, hey, we have something to tell you, which is your client is on video across town at the time the offense is happening. So probably wasn't your client. They were investigating that, and they don't know whether it's going to confirm or reject what my client is saying. But when it ultimately confirms it, they're like, yep, looks like your client's gonna walk on this, right? Same thing here. In theory, the prosecution's job is not convictions. It's getting to the truth, getting to justice. And at its heart, I mean, a lot of prosecutors forget this. Zachariah Anderson.
Thomas,
Rittenhouse, right? Where it's not like we want to get to the truth, it's we want to get to a conviction. But at their best, the way the system is supposed to work, you should have prosecutors going, we want to get to the truth. And I forget the name of it, but there's one quite recently where the prosecutors were like, we want a new trial because ultimately new evidence has come up that says we may have convicted the wrong dude. So, and that one was making the news because the Court of Appeal was like, well, just because the prosecution and the defense agree that there was a miscarriage of justice doesn't mean that there actually was. Our system is messed.
Yeah.
So,
and if you have, if you have done all the appeals and all the habeas corpus, even if you're deemed innocent, don't care. Congratulations, you're in jail for the rest of your life.
Yep. So I love this line here. As this court is aware, the special prosecutors have a duty to investigate potentially exculpatory evidence. And as to Ms. Gutierrez, if it is proven true, it is exculpatory. So they're saying, like, listen, this would actually help Ms. Gutierrez. We want to find that out. And assuming that the prosecutors aren't blowing smoke here, assuming that they're not full of shit, I give them tremendous credit for this.
I mean, either way, I don't really, it's like, it's just give the evidence and let the evidence speak, right? It's like the evidence helps the prosecutor, the evidence helps the defense. Maybe it helps both, because Lord knows the evidence could cut both ways. But just give us the document. It's a criminal trial. Give your movie civil production thing. It's a criminal trial. Give us the documents. Let's figure out which way they break. Let's move on.
Exactly. So our Supreme Court has defined material as a reasonable probability that had the evidence been disclosed to the defense, the result of the proceeding would have been different. And certainly this qualifies, basically. And so the last argument here is confidential proprietary trade information.
Oh, rubbish. Trade secrets in a criminal. What are you talking? It's not the formula to Coca-Cola.
Well,
get over yourselves.
But here's the other thing is that the prosecution themselves actually argued, like they filed for this and they said, listen, we want to have this under a protective order.
That solves the problem right up.
Like, and the thing is there are so many trials between companies that happen with protective orders for confidential information because so many companies, like, let's consider a possible example. Somebody works for Coca-Cola for 10 years, and then they leave and they start up a product that Coca-Cola tests it, and they're like, holy crap, this stuff is exactly Coca-Cola, like 100%. And they're going, the only way this could happen is that this person actually had access to our trade secrets. And so we want to have a discussion of whether they stole our trade secrets on the way out and used that to start up their own competing business, which would be unlawful.
Very.
Now, the court is going to have to examine whether or not the recipe that they're using is the same recipe as the Coca-Cola recipe. But what the court is not,
and also whether or not they could have reverse engineered it, because that's
exactly
legal.
Reverse engineering, legal. Stealing the secrets, not legal. But in order to do that, they're going to have to consider the recipes.
Yeah.
And the court is not going to put that into the public domain because otherwise nobody would ever litigate these issues. So the court would be like, yes, filed under seal, we have these documents about recipes. And the court would take that really, really seriously. They would limit. I suspect it would be at the courthouse, there would be one clerk who is entitled to open that envelope. And that's it. And so the court deals with secret shit all the time. In the criminal sphere, if I'm dealing with a drug file, it might be that my client is implicated in part by a confidential informant, i.e. a snitch. And you know what the court doesn't do? They don't put the snitch's name out into the public. Why? Because the snitch is gonna die. Not even necessarily from my client. If you are in that sort of criminal occupation and word gets out that you're a snitch, everybody wants to kill you, right? So yeah, the court deals with this shit all the time. So yeah, they say Rust does not even state in general terms what the supposed proprietary trade information is, but upon information and belief, the documents are nothing more than customary contracts used in the film and entertainment industry and do not contain any information that could reasonably be described as secret proprietary trade information. To the extent that they do, we can address this by issuing a protective order.
It's just a standard contract. We've seen them before. It's not a huge secret. Give us the contract.
Yeah. I mean, it's one thing if you're talking about like the script, but they didn't ask for the script, right? So, yeah. And also, as mentioned previously, Ms. Morrissey offered to Mr. Vila the option of a protective order, but this offer was never responded to by any representative of Rust.
Yeah, I'm inclined to give them anything they want. I'm inclined to give the state anything they want. This it just feels like some BS by the other side. I'll just give you anything you want.
Stalling tactics, maybe.
I can tell you, if I'm the judge on this one, I am coming back with, I'm saying you give every document. You have failed to identify why you can't give everything. You haven't identified why it's onerous. Give everything. And if the state asks, you have to put a bow on it too.
Yeah, I mean, in my line of work, I get where mediations between unions and companies and businesses. I see a lot of the companies in the papers, the accounting, the everything. But everything above that is under what do we call it? The secret paper of sorts, non-disclosure. I mean,
it's under seal or non-disclosure agreements and that kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's why I don't speak about any of my cases that aren't at least 10 years old, and definitely never anything that's under this non-disclosure.
Yeah, I mean, to the extent I talk about my files, I do so in a way that the only way you're going to know about them is if you are the actual person, and even then you shouldn't know. Like, ideally, unless I've got permission to talk about it, and that occasionally happens. Yeah, this one is just ridiculous, but this is what's going on Rust right now. They want these documents. It's gonna be a fight.
Give them the documents. It wouldn't be that long a fight. I'll tell you what, if I'm the judge, it'd be a lot of give them the documents, give them to them right now.
Yeah. So I'm also gonna I should do a swoop. Swoop in 3, 2, 1, swoop. So one of the things that's facing Canada right now is so there's this gun, the Tavor X95, and the Tavor X95 is it's a semi-automatic firearm. It is the sort of civilian version of the Tavor rifle that is used in Israel, but there's a civilian 308 version, and there's also a civilian 223 version. So this is 223. Now, a bunch of people in Canada bought what were sold as surplus Tavors in semi-automatic. They cost about $2,000, and they were sold as these short-barreled Tavors. And the reason why this is important that it was short-barreled is that because it's short-barreled, all of them were restricted firearms. Now, in Canada, the classification is non-restricted, means that you don't have to register it, and you can take it hunting and various other things. Restricted is basically you need to register this thing, you need permission to take it wherever you want to go, and that wherever you want to go is going to be limited basically to the range, gunsmiths, maybe airports for if you're flying with it to some other country, those kinds of things. But these were registered out as restricted firearms. Now, the government has changed its mind. They've said, we screwed up, or some verifier screwed up. And so all of these firearms are actually prohibited firearms, which means you can't own them. They're banned. And so they've sent out notices that say, you have to turn these in and get no money for them. Like, you have to turn them in for free. So that is making a lot of people really upset. Really upset. And for obvious reasons, right? You paid $2,000 for something, and then the government says you have to turn it in for no money. So there's people who are challenging this right now. I've done a couple of videos talking about this. And I'm just sort of letting people, some people wanted to ask some questions about this. So that I think is going to be interesting. I'm also I want to bring this to the court's attention in my case that I'm currently fighting the government with. I'm currently fighting the government over like whether or not they properly issued refusal notices or revocation notices versus nullification. It is it's an interesting, sort of question, but yeah. Alex says, I thought the X95 was a bullpup. All of the Tavors are bullpups. Let me see if I can pull up a Tavor. And I'm getting a couple of people staring at me going like, what are you talking about?
I was trying to figure out how to turn bullpup into a joke about dogs, but I couldn't quite get there.
That is fair.
I was trying to be like, bullpups, why are we talking about dogs? But I couldn't figure out how to make it funny. So that was the look on my face.
So this is the Tavor rifle. And if you're wondering what the bullpup means, so you can see that the magazine fits over here. And so that's what makes it a bullpup. Now, this is just people use them for sport shooting. They're pretty I know a bunch of people who use the models that are in 308 for hunting, because they also a 308 works great for hunting. So, but yeah,
Yes,
the
it
government
does.
has said they want these back.
I mean, it looks more stable than having the mag up front.
The thing about a bullpup design is that it means that your barrel is mostly sort of in here, and so it gets you a shorter design overall. Now, this thing is a pretty chunky gun. They're very popular. The X95 in 223 is very popular for sport shooting events. But yeah, they're an ugly gun, and they're still a lot of fun to shoot. I can say the this particular rifle sucks very hard if you have to shoot it offhanded. I've shot these at 3-gun matches, and you see this bit here is that's the ejection. That's where your cartridges spit out.
That would burn a hole in your nose.
Well, when you put it over onto, like, imagine this guy moving this rifle over onto his left shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Now it ejects directly into your face.
Mm-hmm.
So I was using one of these for a 3-gun match, and they were like, "Hey, on this stage you have to shoot offhand." And I went, "I what now?" So I did it because you're there for a tournament or for a competition. I mean, I'm not going to win any prizes or anything like that. That's not how that's. Somebody says, "What's offhanded mean?" So I can't actually grab a rifle to demonstrate. So I am going to demonstrate with.
If this is your normal, then offhanded is putting it on your other shoulder.
This criminal code. So let's say I'm snugged up into this rifle like this. And now I need to shoot offhanded by the stage. I am moving it over here, and I'm shooting like this. Now, this does a whole lot of things to mess with me, right? First thing it's doing is, normally, you see how I'm sighting down with this eye. Now I got to sight down with this eye, and I'm probably not used to that. All of the controls that I'd normally be operating, I've got to figure out how to do all of that. It's not ideal. And so that is, that issue. But the other thing is that on this particular rifle, the ejection is right here. So it ejects along this kind of arc. Now I move it over here, and the ejection path is this kind of arc. Right into your face. And I can say that when I was done that shooting competition, I went off to various work and court and so forth, and people were asking me about the little circular injuries I had all over my face from very hot brass bouncing off me at speed. And I was kind of concerned that I might have these circular injuries for a lengthy period. Because, yeah.
You could have just said, "Oh, it's just a hit of smallpox."
Or I was being attacked by an octopus.
Yeah.
So, doesn't the Tavor feature an option to change the ejection port from right-handed to left-handed shooting? Yes, it does.
Oh,
however,
working again.
Not while you're midway through that.
Break up that tool, man, and just make the adjustment mid-stage, man. That'll be good.
MLS, let me know if you want a StreamYard invite. Shoot me a message on Twitter, and I will. I can send that your way.
Yeah, and I got a comment about my cane. Yeah, about 2.5 years ago, I broke my ankle, and then last year I tore my meniscus. So instead of having the ordinary crutches, I opted for a cool cane instead.
Is that silver?
No, it's plated brass.
Ah, that's sad.
Yeah, but I can't invest too much because my leg might heal.
I keep wanting to get a cane that. So I want to use get a cane with a proper crow's beak tip.
Mm.
You know, the same way for the bec de Corbin that they used to use for as a way to punch through plate mail. I also want to get I really want to get an old poacher's cane.
Mm.
The ones like with that you can that are a shotgun that looks like a cane.
Yeah, you even have. I've seen one of these with both a dagger, but also with a pistol.
That's cool.
That's cool. I can't own one of those because Sweden, but it's a wolf's head cane. As you might have seen, I have one or one other Viking-inspired thing is over here, and Scandinavian. What can you say?
What's the other Viking-inspired thing? Oh, the horn.
My drinking horn.
I've got a couple of horns in my garage that I need to turn into a drinking horn.
Oh.
I also need to. So I've got an ostrich egg, and I need to. I need to carve the shell. So, that I'll probably do that over the weekend, and then I may try to auction that off for charity. So
yeah. They asked earlier if you can pin the link to the charity you're supporting.
Oh yes, I can do that. I am. So the charity fundraiser is going to be Extra Life. It is going to support the Stollery Children's Hospital. We're at $995, so we're close to a threshold there. The goal is for $50,000, and the reason why that's the goal, and I know that's a big freaking goal, and I will not be able to do that without you guys. The reason why that's the goal is that last year we raised $50,000. I'm hoping we can do it again.
Yeah,
and
also to show up all the other channels and make them cringe at our awesomeness.
Absolutely. But the selfish reason is that the Stollery puts up a plaque for anybody who's raised $100,000 over their life. And so I would selfishly like to get a plaque up. Somebody says, where is that hospital located? My hometown of Edmonton, Alberta. So we are trying to get that raised. This is a good question. Is my dad unsafe right now? My dad is currently, so far as I know, he's all right for the moment. He's in Israel. So here's the fun backstory on that. My dad decided to do a one of those like 23andMe DNA tests.
Mm-hmm.
And it had a surprising result, which is that the guy who was on my wall as my granddad when I was a kid was not actually my dad's bio dad. So that's its own set of family drama, and I don't really know the background on that one, but regardless, now I've got a cousin who hates guns, so she's probably pretty relieved by that. But regardless, so when my dad looked at it, he actually found that there was other people who'd taken the DNA testing and were connected biologically, and that they were in Israel. And they pinned down exactly who the bio dad was, which is a friend of my grandmother's who went to med school and so forth. So with all of that, we've sort of pinned down. But as a result of that, my dad reached out, was like, hey, so it turns out we're related. And they went, awesome. Come visit us in Israel. We would love to make this connection. We'd love to meet you. And so Dad was like, hell yes, let's do this. Let's meet these new relatives I didn't know I had. And so he went over to Israel, and he picked amazing good timing, because as soon as he gets to Israel, Hamas decides to attack. And that attack is incredibly effed up. I'm not going to go into the details, but you guys can look it up. What Hamas has been up to is horrific, and has harmed not only the Israeli civilians they attacked, but also any sort of Palestinian cause. Because I can tell you, any sympathy for the Palestinian cause is going to be really suffering right now. Hamas, I don't think, is a friend to the Palestinian people or anyone else.
You wouldn't know that from some of the marches happening in the streets, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, we have a few of those here as well, but I would assume that they will die down eventually. And then,
yeah, I mean, those marches are, I don't see that they're gonna engender any sympathy or anything like that. So,
no. And if anything, they can always check who participated, and then check their bank balance, and if there is anything in it that has gone to Hamas, then dun dun dun. Our terror laws are quite severe here as well.
Oh, I mean, Canada's laws say that it is unlawful to provide any sort of property, which would include money, or financial services to a terrorist organization. So even if you're just moving money on behalf of a terrorist organization, you can end up getting in a world of shit. So, I suspect there's going to be some investigations on that basis. But right now, Dad is in.
Well, I hope
Israel.
your dad will be safe. I pray for his safe return.
His initial plan was, I'll just stay and hunker down, and then it's maybe I should get out. I'm just going to be a burden on the people I'm staying with, and so. But I haven't heard that he's got a consistent plan. I'm not actually mentioning where he is.
No, I wouldn't.
Because I feel like doing that on a stream might end up tempting somebody to make a run at that location, and that would be bad.
Yeah.
But so far, as far as I know, he's okay. But it's stressful, and I won't pretend that it's not weighing heavily on my thoughts, because it is. And I kind of wish I could, suit up and fly out there to try to, get him to an airport, but not an option. And if it was, I got plates, I got, it's like I would suit up and go out and try to escort him to an airport, but not an option. And ultimately the last thing they need is one more person. So all I can do is just sit here and hope. And there are some people who have offered shelter in different countries.
Still got to get there. Yeah. I think that a few countries in the European Union are sending down the smaller version of the Hercules plane that can lift off on a shorter distance, so they can try to use highways. But that's just, yeah.
And Canada is currently our embassies and the division that is like responsible for this kind of emergency assistance is closed for Thanksgiving holiday.
Yeah, I read about that. That's some people that needs a foot in the arse several times with the help of a chair. I don't know.
More than that, my friend.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so I mean that's just all we can do on that. But
I mean, if Sweden could close abort the Christmas celebrations back when the tsunami hit, I mean, Canada, come on. The government closed down Christmas and gathered. I mean, if Sweden can do that, Canada, I mean, take a hint.
Yep. And a couple of super chats that I should address. Whiskey Sour was saying, what is the barrel length in Canada that constitutes a SBR? We don't really have an SBR designation. So they say, I'm of the understanding that it is the Devore is a 16-inch barrel, making it not SBR. So Canada actually doesn't have the same kind of classification as short-barreled rifle. But we do have restricted firearms, which includes any firearm that is not a prohibited firearm and that has a barrel length that is less than 470 millimeters in length and can discharge semi-automatic or center fire ammunition in a semi-automatic fashion. So 470 millimeters in length is the...
so you go on rimfire, you're all good.
Rimfire or shotgun shells.
There you go.
I've got a video where I look at this absolutely idiotic short shotgun, and I can tell you I hated every second of shooting it, but it was it's non-restricted in Canada. Let me see if I can find the let me see if I can find it. It is the dumbest thing. Oh, I might have to find my own video on it. It's this little tiny. It's like yay long. This shotgun.
That's what she said.
And the problem is that this yay long shotgun is fucking miserable to shoot. Like you're sort of closed up in on it, and it's just it's miserable. So. Yeah. Jesus said on the Sabbath, you're supposed to help even if someone considers that work. Let me tell you, Jesus has nothing to do with what happens in the Canadian government. The Canadian government is not only secular, but to the extent that there's any religion involved, it's probably Satan. And it's probably Satan issuing the direct commands. All right, we are at 1 hour and 30 minutes, and I don't want to. There's a case I want to cover, but not at not for another half hour.
Oh.
So
they said earlier
I'm going to have to swear.
They said earlier that Rob brought over a bunch of new people who might not know who we are, or even who you are.
Oh, yes. Let's do some introductions. Kurt, let people know who you are.
Yes, I have the channel Uncivil Law, where we discuss legal news, legal education, do some Supreme Court coverage. Supreme Court is back in session. October is the start of Supreme Court term, first Monday of October. To the last day of June, we've already done a Supreme Court oral argument. And today we did a deep dive of an older Supreme Court case, Kelo versus City of New London, from about 20 years ago. I thought that was interesting, discussing an older case. So we do that. We do legal news stories. Fun times and exciting. Check us out on Civil Law.
Kurt is a kind of terrifying encyclopedia of Supreme Court and otherwise jurisprudence. He's one of those guys who in law school you would just be going, so I have this weird question. You'd be like, I have the answer, but go ahead and ask. I am always amazed at the depth of his knowledge and the breadth of his knowledge. Check him out. When I have a question about U.S. Jurisprudence, Kurt is the guy I go to. So, and that's out of all of LawTube, unless it's a self-defense question, in which case, but yeah, Kurt's the guy I go to when it's like, hey, this Supreme Court case, what does it mean? He's like, let me tell you. He's amazing at that. And Niklas.
Yeah, hi. Niklas Torres, Trial Watch. I'm Swedish. I'm a union rep. I do labor law. Not much on my channel is about labor law because nobody watches it. And I don't blame anyone, because if you want to go into a field of law that pays absolutely nothing, but you get to work for it, choose labor law. But I cover American trials, and currently I'm doing Tuesdays, Saturdays with the old Jodi Arias trial. I have my serial killer Sunday over at Rumble.
Jodi?
Yeah, Jodi Arias. That's an interesting trial. And we are currently just a day from cross-examination. And that will be wild. So Tuesday and Saturdays at noon Eastern time. Other than that, I'm waiting for the young thug Rico trial in Georgia to start.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, Niklas has been incredibly active with the Zachariah Anderson miscarriage of justice. Is that a fair assessment?
That's almost an understatement, in my opinion. And we sat on, I think it was Aussie Overlord's stream during the... And we all went, huh, when he was convicted. Because, as you, maybe not all people know it, but if you put 3 lawyers in a room, you get 6 different opinions.
Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Yeah.
6 is probably an understatement.
Yeah.
You put me in a room by myself, there's a chance to get 2 or 3 opinions.
Yeah. But in the Zachariah Anderson case, I have yet to hear about a law tuber come to another conclusion than it is a miscarriage of justice. It is so bad.
I haven't been able to follow much of it, but I can say that the bit that I have followed, I was just like, holy crap.
Yeah.
Like, seriously? This is what they convicted him on? So,
last week, no, not last week. Was it last week? Well, I did a stream about the so-called DNA evidence in that case, which was the sole physical evidence that put Mr. Guterres and Zach at maybe the same place. That was a pin-sized speck of something that their state's DNA experts claimed was blood, and Mr. Guterres' DNA. But I'm
always really skeptical when you're talking about very, very small amounts of DNA, like touch DNA or spot DNA.
Yeah.
The results on that are sometimes a little bit.
And one of the, according to Mr. Gosney, one of the leading DNA experts wrote a complaint to Wisconsin about that testimony. And I read that letter in a previous stream just a few days ago. It's an hour and 40 minutes long. So if you have an hour and a half, or an hour if you play it in 1.5, me, Branca, and Gosney reads that letter. And it's Tiffany Roy is her name, and she completely annihilates the state's testimony.
Yeah, it's it's kind of disgusting that that this sort of stuff gets proceeded on. But and I guess I should also introduce myself for the people who don't know me here. So my name is Ian Runkle. I do criminal defense and firearms law. That's my sort of main areas of interest. And I'm a Canadian, if you weren't aware. Every once in a while, there's somebody in my channel or in my comment section who's very upset that I'm Canadian, especially when they're like, what does this case have to do with the estates? And I'm like, the case that I mentioned was Canadian.
It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Like any of the Commonwealth countries can kind of cheat a little bit. Like I can talk about Canadian law. We do Canadian cases for a while because you're deriving from a sense of a set of common law principles that are uniform. And there's a lot of changes along the way. But as long as you're like within the Commonwealth countries, you can get pretty far.
Oh, absolutely. And like from Canada to the States, there's a
bit of influence in the law. We cite each other sometimes.
Oh, I mean, all the time. And I mean, heck, Meads v. Meads. So Meads and Meads in Canada has been cited not just everywhere in Canada, but in the US, in the UK, in Australia, New Zealand. Like, so that's what interests me, although I cover all sorts of things. I guess I'm probably at this point most known for having gone to Virginia to watch the Johnny Depp trial. That was fun. My back still hasn't recovered. I can tell you that. I woke
Sleeping
up
on concrete does that to you.
I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning, and I was just like, because my back was killing me. It just is what it is. And my back wasn't great beforehand, but it's never really recovered. But there's people who always freak out because it's like, oh my God, why are you covering a Canadian case? It's like, because I lives here. Like,
yeah, sooner or later I'm going to do a Canadian case
too. It's not like that foreign, I can figure it out. It's, first of all, we speak a common language. Second of all, we have a common jurisprudence history. I'll manage.
Well, and I mean things like the our Charter of Rights, which was like in the 80s, we got that, was heavily influenced both positively and negatively with respect to the U.S., Bill of Rights. So there's elements of that where they're like, we think the U.S. is doing a great job on this. And there's things like, we think the U.S. was doing a terrible job on this. And so that, I mean, you don't get to the Canadian Charter of Rights without looking at the U.S. Bill of Rights to understand that influence, right? It's super significant. Oh, and I see Ian and Kurt, both guests of Law, Lumber, and Lodging. Niklas wins your trip. Rob, we might have to go to Sweden so that you can try some surströmming.
Yeah. Other than that, I am planning to go to Matsuri next year.
I really should book. I want to get to the point where I can make doing this my primary income. Because I just want to run files pro bono. That's what I want to do. And it would be good to be able to do things like go to Sweden and do a surströmming live stream.
Hopefully next year downstairs, because I'm renovating the house. And if that's done by August of next year, we can have a surströmming stream from my farm.
Have you watched my surströmming stream?
I haven't yet.
Clip? I gotta dig that up and send it to you because I think I did all right.
If you did it correct, most people will do it all right. But everybody is just opening the can and eating directly from the fermented fish, which is absolutely not how you do it.
I mean, I first thing as I was outside.
Yeah.
Second thing, I opened the can in a pail of water.
Yeah.
Third thing, I had flatbread and potatoes and butter and dill and sour cream.
Yeah, you should exchange dill for chives, but other than that.
Or it might have been chives. It's been a while. And fourth thing, I had some, I think it might have been Danish. No, I had Norwegian akavit as a chaser there.
Mm.
I need a drink.
Now, this is Danish, but it's more or less the same. Or you can have this, also schnapps. This is Aquavit, O.P. Anderson.
I like Linje. Linje akavit.
You're probably pronouncing it very, very wrong.
I'm probably pronouncing it very Line.
Oh, yeah, Lysholm. Yeah.
That was very good.
Hmm?
And I mean, ultimately, my sort of thought was like, it cost me like $100 to get the surströmming here to Canada. So I probably wouldn't make a thing of it, but I'd eat it again if it was available.
I got a question about my Discord, and yes, I have a Discord. It's a members peak on my channel. So if you become a member on my channel,
subscribe to Nicholas Staro's Trial Watch.
Yeah,
so
I just pinged for 3,000 subscribers. Thank you, Ian.
Nice. That is a good place to be.
Yeah.
All right. Now, there was a case I wanted to cover here, and let me just see if I can bring it up, because this is a fun case, and it's a good contrast to the thing I do on my channel a fair bit, which is still a cop versus not a cop.
Should we bet?
This is still a lawyer versus not a lawyer. It's Amendola versus the Law Society of Ontario. And the issue in this case was that this guy became a lawyer. He had been a paralegal. He got approved as a lawyer, I think it was. Oh, no, it was a paralegal that he was. So it was whether he could still be a paralegal, which is regulated in Ontario, after he had, and this was 10 years into his career. And the issue is that he had been sanctioned while he was a realtor. And then he applied for his paralegal license. He said, no, I'm not facing any legal sanctions, or I haven't been sanctioned for anything. And so they approved him, and he started practicing. 10 years later, the Law Society discovers that he gave a false answer. And they revoked his certification.
Can we send the entire prosecution team from Kenosha County there?
So the question then, in terms of bets, maybe I should put up a poll here.
Well, you say you gave false information. That's not the same thing as lying.
So
did I miss a memo? Did I miss a step? I'm sorry. Am I too slow? What?
He gave false information, and they did find that it was that they believed that it was willfully false.
Okay, there you go. All right, sorry.
So, but this was 10 years later that they track him down, and they go, we are actually we're taking away your ability to practice because you gave us false information.
Okay.
So do you think still a lawyer or still a paralegal versus not a paralegal anymore? Because I can tell you what the answer would be if he was a cop.
Yeah. So this was a defense lawyer?
I think he did various civil stuff. He was a paralegal. Usually they do civil stuff.
Yeah. I would hope so, but I'm not sure.
Well, the answer is that they dismiss his judicial review application, which means he is not a paralegal. They bounced him.
Okay.
Ouch.
So he was a real estate agent for over 25 years. In 2004, he was involved in a disputed real estate transaction that was the subject of a complaint to RICO, the licensing body for Ontario realtors. They found that he'd engaged in professional misconduct and ordered him to pay a penalty of $10,000. He appealed that to their appeal panel. They dismissed the appeal and ordered him to pay costs in the amount of $1,600. He then made an application to the Divisional Court for judicial review of the panel decisions. Despite his pending review, he surrendered his license in October 2008. And he did that because he was told that he would not have to pay the penalty if he just surrendered his license. And he then instead applied for a paralegal license. So they said, you have to pay $10,000. And he's like, now surrender that, abandon being a realtor, and move on to being a paralegal. And so he answered no to the following questions. Have you ever been suspended, disqualified, censured, or otherwise disciplined as a member of any professional organization? If yes, attach a letter or certificate of good standing to this application. And have you ever been sanctioned or had a penalty imposed upon you by a court, administrative tribunal, or regulatory body? That's actually an incredible, that's an expansive question. Because if you've got a traffic ticket, do you have to certify that?
Huh.
I don't know if that's, I don't actually know if that's true for me. I'd have to do a search. Because I don't know which traffic tickets were in my name versus my wife's name. Because, the photo radar tickets, even when it was me driving, those are in my wife's name. Sorry, Mrs. Runkle.
Yes, Laura, Rob will be in trouble.
Oh, yeah. For the people who aren't following that reference, if you remember back with Boozy, Boozy went ham on Rob is a scofflaw because they identified that Rob had traffic tickets. They also blamed him for some things that were another Rob that was not Rob. It was in a state he'd never been in. So
yeah, Boozy has a history of what do you call it?
Chuckle. It's still 10 minutes away. Chuckle effery. So yeah. I don't know. So RICO contacted the applicant seeking to enforce the outstanding penalties and court orders. He made payment arrangements. So in 2018, they become aware of his disciplinary history. They told him they're investigating. He provided the documents they requested, which was a good move. Lots of people get into further trouble by refusing to cooperate. He didn't do that. And they went out for a licensing hearing. So I just tried some hot sauce and I breathed it in. That was a bad decision. And so the hearing decision was, they said, an applicant who makes any false or misleading representation or declaration or in connection with an application for license by commission or omission is deemed thereafter not to meet and not to have met the requirements for issue of license under the Act. So basically, if you get a license under a false declaration, they can take that back.
It makes sense.
Kristen M96, I drive like a grandma in foreign countries. Because When you're in another country, you do not want to F around with their legal system.
Yeah. Finland, for instance, their fines for speeding is based on your income.
Mhm.
The highest
Isn't that
fine in Finland is for, I believe it was around 300,000 euros. Because it was
Jesus?
a multi-millionaire who 30 kilometers above the speed limit.
Now, I am torn on that one.
But that actually sounds like the best place. I'll go there and speed because I don't have any money, so I can lots of fun for cheap.
I was gonna say that's I'm kind of torn on that one because when you're into like the hundreds of thousands of dollars for a fine, I'm like, that fine feels excessive. But at the same time, like here, you've got people who are wealthy who just don't care about speeding fines. They're like, oh yeah, well, you know, the fine's $800. Who cares? I mean, I know people who spend that on a dinner. Not me. I've never had an $800 dinner, but
if I want, I can pay $800 for food, but that's like a whole pig. I mean,
I know places where I could go to get an $800 meal, like, but why, right?
I did a 2-star Michelin once time for like $650 for the two of us, and it was really, really nice though.
Oh, I mean,
it was really good.
So I haven't seen my brother in a long time. My brother he's living in another province. He's a great guy. I haven't seen him in a while. He's coming out to visit, and we have a plan to go, and we're going to spend a ridiculous amount of money on a. They have a Caesar that they do at this one bar, and this Caesar is intended for sharing. It includes like crab legs and oysters and various other things, and costs $250. This is our ridiculous spend that we're going to be doing for, when we haven't seen each other in years. And that's what I consider like a ridiculous spend, is we're going to spend $250 together between the two of us.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And
that's still quite expensive. I mean, sometimes my siblings and all the nieces and nephews, we go to the pancake barn. It's $20. You get a plate and you can eat as much as you can. So since I have 5 siblings and I think I'm up to 14 or 15 nieces and nephews, that's a lot of money. But again, that's a lot of pancakes.
The one place that I kind of miss is in Norway, and it was a place called Blitz. And I doubt it's still in existence, because Blitz exists because of crime. So Norway, it's really difficult to evict somebody. And so these people had an abandoned building, and some anarchists moved in. Like literally just moved in and occupied the place. And it's very difficult to evict them once they've moved in. And so they were running like a hotel for the homeless, where the homeless could pay like $10 to sleep. And they also ran a restaurant. And that restaurant was the cheapest restaurant in Norway, because Norway's restaurants are insanely expensive. But you could go and have like a giant breakfast for 10 Canadian dollars, which you can't find anywhere else in Norway.
I mean, Norway is, yeah. For instance, one, let's see here if I can get a good example here. An ordinary tap beer from the tap.
Yeah.
$18.
Yep, that's about right. The cheapest I found was about 12.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, the cheapest tap beer in Norway, I regretted it the entire time I was drinking it, but it was cheap.
Yeah, I mean, to give an example, it would be like this. Hello?
Oh,
Want a Bud Light?
we've got I think Solomon Anderson in the chat. Hey man, sometime I would love to reach out and chat with you. What seems to have been going on in your case is just absolutely nuts. So
yeah. For those who don't know, Solomon Anderson is Zachariah Anderson's brother, and
yes.
I've had him on my channel a couple of times when I do my fundraising for Zachariah Anderson's appeal, and he knows the case. Now, of course, it's his brother. He's biased, but he is very thorough with what he can and cannot say, because and you might not know this, but Solomon said it on my last stream. They are apparently there there it is, Natalie Wisco and that law firm for the appeal. That's a good one, and I can assure you Gravely will not be happy, because Natalie Wisco and her team, or the law
Natalie
firm
Wisco does not mess around, I can tell you that.
Yeah, and they already beat him on a few occasions in Kenosha County.
Also, it's not 18 kroner, it's $18 Canadian in whatever that was in Norwegian kroner, because I was mentally doing the conversions in my head.
It's around what is it, 140 Norwegian krona, 130, somewhere around that, for just another ordinary beer from the tap.
It's
like
nuts.
going to an airport restaurant, but everywhere else.
Yeah, it was expensive, and
I have made myself a John Daly, which is half lemonade, half iced tea with vodka.
Oh, nice.
And I have work in 3 hours.
Are you going to be okay? Do you need to duck out?
No. I had my 3-hour nap. I sleep twice a day.
Okay.
Two times 3.5 hours. So I'm good.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because yeah. So yeah, this guy ends up so he gets asked, have you ever been sanctioned or had a penalty imposed upon you by a court, administrative body, or regulatory body? He explained that he didn't consider RICO to be a professional organization, didn't consider it to be a regulatory body or an administrative tribunal. And the panel rejected his explanation and found that his failure to disclose had been deliberate. So, he ends up being ordered to pay $6,000 in costs. And then he appeals it. And ultimately, the appeal determines that it would be absurd if a license applicant could remain licensed to provide legal services or practice law, despite having made deliberate false representations on his licensing application, as long as their misrepresentation is not found out in time. So ultimately, this guy does not manage to remain a lawyer. They bounce him, which I think is interesting, all in all. And they order him to pay another $2,500 in costs. So
he should have had a cop's license instead.
He should have. I think he would probably still be a cop if it was a cop scenario. Still a cop versus not a cop. I think this guy would still be a cop. So can you guys hold down the fort for a moment? I am going to grab myself. I think I want to make a Tom Collins.
Yes.
And also use a machine in the other room.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ambiguous,
so
fine.
I'll be back, and what's this? Hold down the fort while I'm gone. Much appreciated.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. We still haven't done the Supreme Court Teamsters decision.
My schedule is pretty open, man. You just gotta let me know when your availability is.
Yeah, and I'm heavily booked this week, but
See, that's the problem, man. You're the one with the schedule limitations.
Yeah, I know.
This is my full-time job now. I usually have a pretty free schedule most of the time.
Yeah, let's see. Next week, Monday. Is that okay for you?
See, I'm not really good about scheduling in advance.
Okay.
So, like, if you tell me that day that you have time, then I'm good. But if you to schedule like a week out, then not so much.
Yeah. Unless something happens in the Young Thug next week, I can do Monday or Wednesday.
Young Thug, you talking about yourself there?
Yeah. The Young Thug RICO trial, which I've been covering for 4 months now. Yeah. The trial should have started in January, and it hasn't.
Yeah.
And it's in Georgia, so it's the same prosecutor as in the Trump RICO.
Yeah.
So she's trying to have 2 RICO trials simultaneously. That's interesting.
It just sounds complicated in sort of how you would actually do that practically. That sounds practically complicated.
Yeah. Now, she does have, I think she has a 7 DA team, and 4 of them, or no, 3 of them are on the Young Thug RICO with her as the main prosecutor. But I would assume once it gets to trial, because they started out with 28 defendants. They are down to 7 now, I think. The rest has either been dismissed or
You're down to a quarter, baby.
What? Sorry.
You're down to a quarter.
Yeah. So, but it seems like we will finally get that trial. And it's very interesting because the Georgia RICO Act is based on the Federal RICO Act, of course. But it's so broad and so vague.
It's a lot looser. It's a lot more open, and it's been used very questionably.
Yeah.
And prosecuting teachers as part of a test cheating scandal and other things. It's just, the Georgia RICO is interesting. Trump's biggest liability still is in the classified documents case, although I saw Biden was being interviewed as relating to that recently. So that's kind of interesting, I guess.
Oh, it would be amazing if they call Biden to testify against Trump.
Yeah, there's no particular reason for them to.
Yeah, but she has been doing these RICO trials since before she was elected DA. Yeah. So she's been doing it she knows the Georgia RICO Act inside out. Yeah. Now we can all have our opinion. Yeah.
One thing I can do is bug the chat to subscribe to my TikTok, because I need 11 more subscribers to my TikTok so I can cross 1,000. Because if I get 1,000, I believe I can live stream to my TikTok, which just sounds hilarious. Legal live streams on TikTok. So for those of you at TikTok, I need 11 more subscribers so I can get 1,000 total subscribers. So subscribe to my TikTok. I do shorts there. I'll do a little self-promotion over here.
Yeah. And while you're at it, my YouTube channel and my Rumble channel have the same name. Just search for it. On Rumble, you might not find it either way anyway, but it's there. I'm using Rumble as a backup, unless just in case YouTube decides to yeet me the F out.
Yes, I have backup on Rumble as well. But yeah, I post my shorts on TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube Shorts, on my regular main channel, and on LinkedIn. So I get a lot of leverage out of those shorts for all the good it does me. So it helps a little bit with channel growth. It's got to help.
Yeah, I don't have TikTok, but maybe I should download it just for that.
It's just a promotional tool for me. It's just a promotional tool. It's just to make some short clips about my stories and upload there and hope that someone learns something.
Yeah. And if you search for me on Twitter, it's my name but in reverse, Star of Niklas. And I make trolls mad on Twitter.
See, now I have 20 more subscribers than I did 5 seconds ago. So
yay!
See, that worked out great for me.
Nice. So now you can stream on TikTok.
See, so now I can live stream on TikTok. So Look forward to some legal streams on TikTok because that sounds freaking hilarious.
Okay, everybody tells me not to download TikTok. No, I know not everything
I have
about
the same handle
connections.
everywhere. Oh, you want to see? I made some business cards. You want to see?
Oh,
I think I can figure out how to. Okay, this is going. I have to hack my way into being able to show it because I don't have the ability to share things on screen, but I can cheat. I can arbitrarily display anything on screen, and you can't stop me.
Pretty sure I can.
Good timing.
I just realized that I forgot something when I was out hunting. So
you're Tom Collins?
No, I've got the Tom Collins. I just I forgot my
machine.
With the guy I was out hunting with. I forgot the bipod.
Yeah, don't forget to subscribe to Ian's game channel. I assume you have it on your regular channel, the links to it.
Oh, Roll of Law. I don't necessarily know about the I just don't know how many people follow Law who are also interested in geek stuff. I assume it's only probably like 70-80%. But yeah.
As soon as my channel gets up to a certain amount of subscribers and stuff like that, so I can go down to a normal 40-hour week, I might start a second channel where I read this and stuff like this. Swedish folk and fairy tales.
How many trolls are involved in Swedish folk and fairy tales?
Oh, there are about 20 named one, but then you have a crap ton of unnamed trolls.
Because I was going to say that Norwegian fairy tales, just about every one of them has a troll in some fashion.
Yeah, the old Scandinavian folk and fairy tales, lots of trolls. Actual trolls, not trollers, trolls.
Yes, not internet trolls, but...
Sometimes on my Finally Fridays and on my drinking streams, I tend to, sometimes I'll read from a story from this one. But our trolls looks like this.
I've got to see if I've still got some of the like troll carvings.
My cousin's husband does chainsaw carvings of trolls and stuff.
I saw that. They look
good.
Really cool.
Yeah.
They are they're surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Because I gotta say, if you ask me to do a chainsaw carving, probably the only thing that's really getting carved is my face.
That could be fun.
No, not fun. The opposite of fun.
You have some scars, chick dick scars.
No. Believe it or not, it's actually the opposite.
And I'm starting to find out what kind of chili this is. This was supposed to be a Thai chili. As you can see, it isn't. But by the shape of... Where is it? By the shape of this one. This is probably a Scotch bonnet hybrid. And I have no idea how I got it. It was a surprise when I took a bite out of one of these, because it was like 5 times stronger than it should be.
I mean, that's always fun, isn't it? When you're just like,
Surprise heat is amazing.
It can be surprisingly bad as well. Like, it can be deadly when you get that surprise heat.
Yeah, and but we always enjoy it twice.
I find that I don't actually get a lot of the like a lot of people get that sort of after effect, if that makes sense. And I don't usually get that after effect.
Well, a certain percentage of the population have a natural built-in resistance towards capsaicin. Because capsaicin is touches the same nerves as fire. So what your body does is trying to extinguish it. Oh.
So if some people were saying, "Where's Rob?" Rob is making pens, and so apparently one of these is being sent to me. One is being sent to David. So I guess they're sort of Lawyers and Dragons pens. I am working on getting a campaign going. I'll bring Kurt in if he can be minimally murder hobo-y. I don't know if that is in his wheelhouse, but I am probably going to do some cities without number, which is what do you call it?
Cities without population, by the time I'm done.
No, let's not do that. Cities without number is the it's like stars without number, but for I'm tired. My brain is running out of words. But for cyberpunk. So I think it's a really cool setting, and just looking to get that going at some point. I also want to do a superhero game, Rise of the Death Goat, and a one-shot D&D game, which is going to be Serve the Dark Lord.
Excellent, I'm in.
The goal is you don't have to defeat the big bad end guy. You just have to serve him with divorce papers.
Okay.
So, Rise of the Death Goat.
All hail the Dark Lord. Hey there, cutie. I hear you're single.
Rise of the Death Goat. People were saying, "What is that?" It's a superhero game where the opening villain is going to be the Death Goat, and the backstory on the Death Goat is that so the U.S. government started a plan to try to get people to have to develop psychic powers by staring at goats and trying to kill them. This was something that actually happened, but also ended up becoming a movie. What was the movie called? I can't remember. Oh, The Men Who Stare at Goats was the movie. I haven't actually seen the movie, but so the U.S. government basically tried to get people to develop psychic powers by staring at goats. And there's one guy who claimed that he was able to successfully kill a goat by staring at it and psychic powering it to death. I should note that this guy is also crazy as hell. But the premise for the death...
That was sort of implied.
The premise for the Death Goat in this particular campaign setting is a similar program where the goat got to the psychic powers first.
Wasn't that a campaign you were telling me about, like, one time where there was, like, Cthulhu or something, and the Cthulhu was reading his mind, and actually he reversed it, and it's like, no, I'm actually in your mind?
It's a little bit like that. It's
bad.
Also, if you've ever seen goats, they have those like weird, like vertical eye. So it just makes sense. They are creepy as hell. So, the case I wanted to talk about now, and we are at this time. Is this one. So this is from reason.com.
Oh.
And
can get people homicidal.
This is pretty funny. I like the title already. I like it. First of all, 69,000. Nice. In the context. Nice.
So, sex crime victim denied $69,000 settlement because cops seized her abuser's cash through civil forfeiture.
That's pretty funny.
So, this woman who was the victim of a sexual assault, and when I say woman, she's a teenager. These offenses happened to her when she was a child.
She's now 17. Okay,
She's
now it's suddenly less funny, and now I feel
it
like
is
a
a lot
jackass.
less funny,
Okay,
unfortunately.
well, now I feel like a douchebag.
You're not, because you didn't know. And also, the $69,000, I can tell you, if I was a judge, I would fall over myself to make it either 68,000 or 70,000. Like, there is no way I'd be trying to get to $69,000 on a sex assault file. So basically what happens is they're investigating this sex abuse case against her, and they found suspected marijuana, drug paraphernalia, and cash in the suspect's home. Now, where does this guy get all this cash? Well, as it turns out, he won the lottery. This guy won the lottery and had 70 grand in cash in his house.
Of course.
So the investigators seized the cash, and they told this young woman, listen, this money is going to be available for a civil suit in the future. We're holding on to this money. We're keeping his money safe for you because we know that you're going to sue him and you're going to get this money back.
This isn't making any sense.
Yeah. Apparently this started when she was 5. So
it's becoming less funny with every passing moment.
Yeah.
Yep. She pursues him and she gets an order. So he won the lottery in 2018, collecting $70,507 in winnings.
Well, you can't seize that because it's legitimate money. I mean, she can get it for damages, but the police can't seize it because it's not ill-gotten gains.
Well, the police claimed that this money was ill-gotten gains on the basis of we want it. Now, let's talk a little bit about civil asset forfeiture, which is basically crime.
I'm going to need another drink if we're going to talk about civil asset forfeiture.
Civil asset forfeiture is basically crime. And quite frankly, this is one of those things that makes me want to put armor plating on a bulldozer, because civil asset forfeiture is so deeply, deeply fucked up. Law Society, you didn't hear me say that. The
Law Society can hear me say it. They can fuck themselves.
The thing is that the
First
government
Amendment fucktards. At least in this country, it's still the First Amendment. Hey, Law Society, you're a bunch of fucking assholes.
So the way civil asset forfeiture works fundamentally is basically the government says, we think this money is involved in, and it doesn't necessarily have to be money, because famously there was a case about 600,000.
There's been cases versus everything. United States versus, you get all kinds of fun things. United States versus
600,000 clacker balls.
United States versus two tomato plants and a fish. There's all kinds of weird, great names.
These cases are not brought against the person; they're brought against the object, right? So that's why you get these cases of United States versus 600,000 clacker balls, United States versus
United States versus these nuts.
You don't want them civil forfeiting these nuts. Now, United States versus $20,000 in currency, United States versus. Now, some of these cases get to be really, really horrific. As an example, there was a guy who owned property, and his property was grandfathered in when they created a park. So they basically created the park, and then his property was in the center of this park. And they wanted his land so bad to complete their park. So they came to him and they said, will you sell your land? And he said, fuck you. And what he offered to do was he offered to sell them the land contingent on a life estate to him. And so what that means is that he'll say, you can have the land, but I get to own it until I die.
Yeah.
He's like, I just want to die here. This is where I've always been. And so the government said, go fuck yourself. We're not doing that. We want your land. And so they sent a couple of flights over his property. And the first flight said, we don't see shit. There is nothing illegal here. The second flight said, we see what we think are marijuana plants being grown in planters strung on lines beneath these trees. Now, here's the fun thing. The tree cover in that area was such that you couldn't have seen a damn thing from the air. It was not possible to see the ground from the air. But they say they saw marijuana plants on lines growing on this guy's property. So based on that, they get a warrant to go and search his premises for anything illegal. And the goal of this warrant was that they wanted to seize his property under civil asset forfeiture and claim it. They burst into his house. He came down the stairs with a shotgun in his hands because people were kicking down his door, and they shot him to death. So civil asset forfeiture has resulted in at least one death. And I will note, they searched his property high and low for marijuana because they really, really wanted to justify that search after they killed the guy. They didn't find a single illegal thing on his property. So they just straight up murdered that guy and ended up taking his land anyway. There have been several instances where the police have set up outside of vehicle auctions. And the thing about a vehicle auction is you got to show up at that vehicle auction with cash in hand to buy a car, which means you got to bring like 10 grand cash, 20 grand cash. And so they'll pull people over who are going to those vehicle auctions. By the way, mostly black people. Like when they've actually run tests, like studies on this to analyze it, it's like 80-90%. And they take their money. And the problem is that to get your 20 grand back costs you more than 20 grand. So the government just steals your money with armed police officers, like armed highway robbery, and there's basically fuck all you can do about it.
Yeah.
There's another case I'm aware of where literally they knew that this kid who had intellectual disabilities was selling weed at his school.
I already know the end of the story.
They send an undercover officer to buy some weed from him at his school, but that's not enough. Because they want to do some civil asset forfeiture, they talk this kid, and it's not easy. It requires repeated buys, repeated effort. They talk him into making a sale at his house, which is not his house. It's actually his parents' house. He sells once out the front door after the undercover officer begs and cajoles and whatever. And then they civil asset forfeiture his parents' house. So civil asset forfeiture is one of the worst things to happen in the States. It's happening in Canada as well. And quite frankly, it is absolutely fucked up.
Yeah.
It is monstrous. And
in the few occasions when somebody wins one of these cases, they have sent the money to the feds.
Yeah.
And since the case is against the actual money, the state claims that
now you have to go after the feds for it.
Yeah, you have to go after the feds because we can't just give you $20,000 because it's every single individual dollar bill.
It's the specific dollars.
Yeah.
So civil asset forfeiture is one of those things that makes me just want to like fly a pirate flag. It is absolutely horrific. It is basically crime, and it should be abolished everywhere it exists. The people who have been engaged in this are, in theory, the idea is we want to prevent drug dealers from profiting off their crimes. In practice, in so many places, this basically is just crime, and these officers should be in jail. And I cannot rage enough about this shit.
And the stuff they buy for that money, I mean, they more or less fund their vacations. They fund new police cars. They fund coffee makers. I mean,
in this case, they said that they spent it on things like uniform embroidery and various other similar shit. Basically, in this case, they had a sex assault victim. They knew that this was money that she would seek to recover, and they specifically and explicitly, they basically robbed this woman. And quite frankly, any of these officers should be in jail in a just world.
Yeah. Basically what happened is they have a sexual assault victim and then they rob her.
Yeah. These officers are the worst sort of people. And when they've actually studied it, the police seize more money than all of burglars. The police take more money than crime does. So, I don't actually have the names of these police officers, because if I did, I would read them out here, because I'm not really a big fan of, doxing, but quite frankly, this is insane. So we're past 2 hours. I'm just going to say, I hope these officers die of colorectal cancer, and I hope it's real fucking slow. I hope their ass hurts for like 18 months, followed by death. Because
I'd much rather just fix the problem when it comes to the civil asset forfeiture. The incentives are wrong. The standard of proof is just completely fucked up.
Yeah.
Absolutely. This needs to be fixed. This is horrific because it gives every incentive for them to target the innocent. And from the perspective of an innocent person, this is robbery. Yeah. Like if you're going to a car auction with 20 grand because you want to buy a car, and the cops show up and they're armed and they seize that money, it's basically just the same as if some gang members with guns pull you over and steal your money.
Yeah, remove that effing thing with a 20-year retroactive. So everybody who did it for the past 20 years, pay up.
I mean, the thing is if I was a police officer, I would refuse to do this. I would just straight up like, sorry, no. Because, and this is the thing, is I couldn't actually be in that position because I've got a soul.
Yeah.
And if you are remotely a human being, this is something you ought not to be doing. But, yeah.
It's organized crime.
Yep. And Kurt, I see you're looking like you want to hit like the leave stream.
It just makes me sad.
This is my own rant, and Steve Leto talked about one where they seized a veteran's entire life savings when he was moving and had it all in cash in his car. Yeah. I cannot hope badly enough for these officers who robbed a young woman. Thilo is saying you should invite Steve Leto to your streams. I can tell you, maybe I'll send him an invite. I think Steve Leto is big enough that he will probably not respond.
Steve Leto completely ignored me. I wrote him a nice letter one time, and he basically completely ignored me. So I don't think he really does glitz.
I mean, the thing is that it's hard. I get more people asking me to be on my streams than I have bandwidth to respond to, and I'm still a small channel. Steve Leto is a much bigger channel. People keep asking me like, hey, you need to reach out to this channel, and I can tell you, me reaching out to bigger channels rarely, if ever, actually results in anything. If you want me to appear on a bigger channel, you got to reach out to those bigger channels to say like, hey, have Runkle on. This is not a call out, by the way. I'm just going to give an example. What is it? Oh crap. What's his name? Was in Quebec, moved to Florida.
Viva Fry.
Viva Fry. I'm sorry. That's not a shot at Viva. I'm just tired and brain fried. And yeah. I sent to Viva Fry an email saying, hey, I'm also a Canadian YouTuber, like Canadian legal YouTuber. We should be on a thing. And he didn't respond.
We were halfway decently close when Viva was a much smaller channel, when we were sort of making our rounds through the system. And these days I can't get Viva to respond to a text message or anything from me. So like he has left me bye-bye in the wasteland. So.
But like Viva eventually sent me a message saying, hey, I see you sent me a message ages ago. I'm sorry I didn't respond to it. Come on my channel. And that was because people on his channel, like his subscribers, said, you need to have Runkle on. That's how that happens, is that his people tell him, like, the followers of the larger channel tell them that they need to have someone on. And I'm not, like, this is not a shot at Viva, because I can tell you there's probably somebody sitting in my Twitter DMs who is super deserving. I just don't have the time to read all of them, right? And I don't have the time to bring everyone on because there's just so many people, and I just don't have, somebody says, hey, can I be on your channel? And it's like, I don't have time to go through like 5 or 6 of their videos to make sure they're not a crazy person.
Yeah. I mean, I have 3,000 subscribers. I get invites and asked to be on my streams by the dozen per day. And
this is not true. Viva's a great friend. I like Viva.
Yeah.
The problem is we're just super freaking busy, right? It's people say like, why didn't you respond to my email? And I'm like, I was either working or I finished working and then I was asleep, right? It's just, that's how that goes. So people say like, you should be on Collian Noir. I would love to be on his, I'd love to do a thing with Collian Noir. I have no way to get his attention short of like somehow he ends up in Canada and we're stuck in an elevator that stops. Like there's just no way to actually, it's just,
it's
just part of the nature of the thing. You're looking for channels that are relative in size to you, and like,
it's not even just relative in size. It's like sometimes I want to bring people in who are smaller, but you're just like,
in subscriber,
I want to check and make sure they're not a crazy person, because I have been burned. I went on somebody's channel and I had to actually like hit the leave button midway through the stream because they were crazy people. You have to like to go on somebody's stream or to bring somebody else on your stream is probably like a 5-6 hour commitment of work.
Yeah.
Because I want to check their shit out and make sure that they're not a crazy person, because otherwise you end up like you saw the thing with what is it? Law of self-defense. Andrew Branca. His letter that he had with the public defender's office.
Yeah.
First, public defender's office on that was crazy. Because when they're like, give us back the shirt, you don't have permission to wear it. That is not a thing. But the other thing is like, do the research. It's not hard to figure out what Branca's opinions are. You go on Twitter and you can see what he thinks about a variety of topics. It just takes somebody spending a couple of hours doing it, right? But I mean, yeah, I've been burned. Like, this is the example. Nobody wants to have to delete all their trials of the century again because of a crazy person. And for the people who haven't been following that, if you are wondering why you can't see all the back episodes of the trials of the century, it's because a certain person who's no longer part of the trials of the century was doing copyright infringement and literally reading other people's web pages out as if it was his own work and his own content, and was telling us that he was spending hours to create original content, when really all he was doing was just reading other people's shit. And I'm just like, yeah. And this is a great example. Natalie Lawyer Chick had someone on who later sued her.
That I did not know about. I forgot about that, or I didn't know about it in the first place.
Oh, she brought on somebody about the Darius Crooks thing, and Darius is a fucking nightmare and a half. But yeah, it was just like, you know, that person sued her. Yeah, and like, yeah, the Scott Cardinal thing, like he was reading Wikipedia, he was reading people's you know, like scholarly web pages. Fuck that guy, because I ended up having to delete all of his stuff, and that's even aside from the stuff like the horrible shit he did to Secret McSquirrel, and like, so when that shit happens to you, and it happens eventually to every creator who gains any measure of success, right? And I mean, by any measure of success, I'm talking like 25K subs, right? Like, not even like Mr. Beast, not, you know, any of this, not even play button, but just like your channel is starting to gain real traction. You will have the experience of getting burned by somebody you brought on your channel, or somebody whose channel you went on.
Or a moderator. I've had 2 or 3 different moderators burn me to varying degrees. YouTube chat moderators or Discord moderators. Fortunately, no one's burned me super hard yet, but I've had some unpleasant interactions.
Secret McSquirrel, I hope wherever she is I hope it's, you know, she's happy and that there's birds there. She was wonderful. Against the Tide is a fantastic moderator, has done I have never had any issue with Against the Tide, but I am super fucking careful. I get people who ask me like, hey, can I moderate from your channel? And I'm just like, I don't know you. That's not your, you know, that's my purse. You know, that's kind of thing, right? And it's tough. Like, if Against the Tide goes, you know what, fuck you, Runkle, I'm going my own way, I'm going to be sitting here going, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. And talking about moderators, my first Gigi, she followed my channel before I was monetized. She became a moderator early on. She's done an amazing job. Now, Sally, she's become severely ill. And so anybody who has a prayer to spare, think of Gigi, because she needs it now. And I don't want another McSquirrel situation going on. It was hard enough the first time.
That's the other thing people don't tell you about this thing, or about like YouTube, is that you get connections to people that you didn't really necessarily expect, and they can break your heart. Like,
but when it comes to moderators, I often check, do they moderate on another channel, and then I contact that channel. Okay, is this somebody who can be trusted or not? So
yeah, it's a rough. So I mean, you know, when people, I'm really careful to say I'm not calling out Viva Fry or anything. He every reason to not look at my Twitter DM. But when people, like, if you want a smaller channel to appear on a larger channel, the channel you have to contact is the larger channel.
Yeah.
And every time, because I can tell you, if you are 10,000 subscribers, reaching out to 100,000 subscribers, you're spitting into the wind. And that's just the nature of the game. It is what it is.
For instance, I've been now on Friday, I was on Rob's channel. Today I'm on Ian's channel. We've known each other through the chat for months and months. You've been on my channel. Now we are where, okay, he might not fuck things up for me.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
You hope. At the most basic level, I need somebody who I can be absolutely certain is not going to like start screaming out gamer words. But you also need to make sure they're not going to, you know, do various other things. It's yeah. So kind of a side topic.
KL Burke, you're still out on me. Okay. I think I behaved. I'm not drunk, at least.
I'm only mildly drunk.
Only on my second cocktail.
Yeah. On Friday, I have another Finally Friday stream, and that might be a drinking one. Maybe. I'm not sure yet.
I never do the, like, you know, drinks for super chats kind of thing.
Yeah, no, because last time I did that, they got uncomfortable.
Yeah, no, I do. It's a fundraising. They pay $100 to Zachariah Anderson's defense fund, $25 to me, and they can watch me get mildly drunk while paying for Zach's defense. So
yeah, I mean, the other problem is that I do not have a lot of I don't have a lot of body mass. And so at the end of the day, if it's like, hey, I'm going to do drinks for super chats, I'm going to end up stream. I'm going to end up wrecked really fast. And that's not great. I mean, the problem is I've been like, I'll do hot sauce for super chats. And I mean, I've got no problem with that because I can do hot sauce all day without actually.
To the Bailey.
Whoops.
My name is Ian.
Oh, okay.
There's a handsome man.
Hey, you look so young.
I can do hot sauce all day without, you know, misery. But the problem is that I am sufficiently resistant to hot sauce that people are less inclined to pay for super chats for it because they're just like,
fun.
Yeah, they're like, you're not dying. Why would I pay for this? And I mean, you know, when I can take a hot sauce and
can I to Canada? How are your import stuff on chili fruits?
I don't know.
Okay,
I'd have to look that up.
Now,
all right, let's see how much this is.
I was talking about the short shotgun. So this is that video.
It's gonna suck. A lot is my bet. Ready? Man, I hate this already.
That is a short shotgun. That's for sure.
Ready? Oh. You got it too. All right, here it goes.
That looks uncomfortable.
It's a little bit low, man. There's good fireball off that thing. I was gonna say, the instant you pull the trigger on this thing, you feel like
I have made bad life choices. All right.
By the way,
I'm
the
gonna
other
just
person
try
on this
one with
is the hunting
focused
gear guy.
sharpshooter stick.
Oh, good luck. All right.
I'm gonna hurt myself here.
Yeah. Here we go.
Oh,
Actually, when you're ready.
No, oh no, Ian.
There it goes.
You can see
Well, I
it
had no
snap
accuracy
my
on that
wrist
trick.
over.
I also did not
Little
break
bit.
my wrist.
Or ding up your thumb. Here, I want
I
to.
didn't enjoy shooting it. I will tell you
I want
that.
to. Oh, high. I could feel those high on that second one.
This is a friend of mine
Between the two
who's
of
got a
us, and
channel,
that's
the hunting gear guy.
By the way, I'll try to link his channel here. We fired about as many shells through this thing as we could stand to, and
That
I
is a
think
short
we only broke the
shotgun.
one clay. Now you might be saying, "Hey, maybe run."
This is a non-restricted shotgun in Canada, by the way. It
Okay.
sucks to shoot. I will tell you this for free. It sucks to shoot. Because this thing just, you're eating the recoil, and there is nothing, there's nothing between you and the recoil.
Oh.
It just sucks so hard.
A friend of mine does competitive.
way better.
A friend of mine does competitive skeet shooting, and sometimes I'm out on the range with him, and after an hour, your shoulder is quite sore, no matter how good you are at it.
I mean, that's with like a full-size shotgun.
Yeah.
This thing's got no mass to eat into the recoil.
Jesus.
Oh, it gets worse. This is me with my regular shotgun. This is me just proving that I can shoot a little bit.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend that when I'm using the full size over and under that I'm breaking 2 clays with every throw and that I'm some sort of...
Where's the... Oh, yeah, this is what
He's breaking 3 clays with every throw. That's how good he is.
Is Donnie in the chat? Oh, Donnie's in the chat.
This is at the slug range. I can tell you how much that hurt. It hurt a lot.
You fired slugs out of that thing?
Okay, that's
Why?
the last time I fired this thing.
Because I was making a video and I just wanted to record a video about it. It hurt. Shooting slugs out of that thing sucked.
Let me ask you a question, Ian.
Yes.
What is the best way for someone who's new to get involved in 3-gun shooting? So I don't know the good answer to this question. I'd like to get involved in 3-gun shooting. Let's say I live in the United States. What's the best way to go about getting started in that?
Reach out to somebody who does 3-gun shooting. Say, hey, I'm new. Can you help me out? I can tell you the first time I shot was running entirely somebody else's gear. And I brought a friend out to shoot 3-gun, and they shot entirely with my gear.
Mm-hmm.
And that is probably how you get started. When I go and shoot 3-gun matches or 2-gun matches in the States, I'm not bringing anything with me. Because at the end of the day, it's just such a pain in the ass to bring all that stuff. So, I mean, if you want to do subscribe to In Range TV. In Range TV, if you subscribe there, they will. He does the brutality matches.
Mm-hmm.
And the brutality matches, if you're a subscriber to his channel, you get priority registration. And I can tell you, those matches are not misnamed. They will hurt you. I do not finish first in a brutality match. I do not finish in the top 25%. I consider myself to have had a really good day if I finish in the top 50%. I have finished in the top 50% before, but not every time. I consider it to be a good day if I do that. I have borrowed guns, and I will tell you that if you're on their Discord, there's somebody will lend you a gun, and somebody will lend you gear, and you can just run and shoot it. Somebody says, "What's a brutality match?" So, brutality, it's a trademark of in-range TV, and these matches involve a variety of tasks, and a lot of them are very difficult. So, as an example, for one brutality stage, it was pick up a ballistic shield, and I can tell you, you think a ballistic shield is not going to be a big deal. Those things weigh like
it's bulky. It's bulky.
Yeah. It's bulky, and they're like 50 pounds.
Yeah,
they're fucking heavy. And then it was run like 100 meters straight down the line, turn 90-degree turn, run, engage several targets with a rifle, which you've been also carrying, by the way, off your ballistic shield. And then it was like engage 3 targets. Boom. Shoulder your rifle again. Move forward about 25 meters. Engage targets again. Move forward 25 meters with the ballistic shield. Engage 3 targets. Drop the ballistic shield. Drop your rifle. Ground your rifle. Like you got to empty it and so forth. Move over another 25 meters and engage targets with handgun. And I can tell you, I was so tired. My arms were so tired at that point that I was having to shoot my semi-automatic handgun and then manually cycle it. And the reason why is that I did not have enough arm strength, because the semi-auto assumes a stable platform for your arms. It assumes that when you fire, it's going to be able to cycle there. I was shooting and sloppy in my arms because they're so weak. So I'd shoot, and my arm weakness was soaking up the energy so that it couldn't cycle the semi-auto. And what that meant is that every time I shot, I had to manually cycle the gun because I was so weak in my arms. So I'd shoot, manually cycle, shoot, manually cycle. And when your arms are that weak, your aim is all over the place. It was an absolute shit show. And that's just the nature of the game. They quite frequently do the what's called the Casarda drill, where you'll start with like a 50-pound kettlebell. And what you do is you take the kettlebell and you yeet the kettlebell. And where that kettlebell lands is where you run up, and you take a rifle and you engage the target. You hit the target. You then ground your rifle, pick up the kettlebell, and throw it again. Where the kettlebell lands is your next point, where you pick up the rifle, run to that point, take the shot, hit the target. You got to hit the target, ground the rifle again, and throw the kettlebell again. So if you can't throw the kettlebell very far, like I can't, you have to take a lot more shots than somebody who can throw a lot further. It's hard. It is. And I can tell you, every time I've shot a brutality match, I have come back to my, I've come back to like the hotel or the, the whatever it is that I'm, wherever it is that I am, just absolutely wrecked. Just like exhausted to the point where I'm just like, I fall asleep. I just lay my head on the pillow and wake up the next morning to my alarm. And I've also had a tremendous amount of fun doing them. Danny, I see you're going to sleep. I sent you the link if you want to change your mind, but yeah.
We love Danny.
It's
Danny probably won't dick us over.
So yeah, I mean, I don't recommend
Danny's had
this.
some pretty intensive conversations recently on her channel. She's had some pretty intensive stuff. I really appreciate some of the stuff she's been covering.
What's she been covering? I haven't been able to follow because just not enough hours in the day.
Yeah, she's been covering some of the stuff just dealing with. She's been covering some of the Scientology stuff, which has been interesting, and just talking about the cult stuff that's there. And she's also been talking about.
That's so sweet.
Talked about Israel today, which I appreciated. Israel's response to the whole thing under law. So I saw her talking about stuff. So I appreciate just her talking about stuff.
Tough scenario there.
I stand with Israel unequivocally. I'm just going to say that. We can move on past that, but that's my stance on the issue.
I mean, the problem is that some of the stuff, like cutting off food and water to civilians, is problematic, but it's such a clusterfuck. And Hamas leads off with such a tremendous like, hey, we're going to murder our word and torture civilians. It's like, at that point, they've
done the FAO part. They've done the FAO. Now they're FO stage, So that's how I feel about it.
It's really hard to have much sympathy left after that.
Yeah.
No.
And speaking of,
in the United States, the United States doesn't recognize the Palestinian Authority. So, as far as me, it's like, well, Israel should have control of its territory.
Have you heard about the Airbnb clusterfuck?
Which one?
But that's a given. Are you talking about what the DUI guy dealt with?
No.
There's more?
There's more. Somebody called the Airbnb center to cancel a reservation in Jerusalem. They asked for evidence for something going on to motivate a cancellation.
Just point them in the general direction of everything.
I used Airbnb once, and once was enough for me to know.
Airbnb was pretty good. Airbnb was pretty good in its early days.
I've had very mixed results with Airbnb, I'll say.
I found in the last couple, I haven't used Airbnb in a while, but the last couple times I used it, I had such a bad experience. Just like, I'll just use a hotel. I'll just use a cheap hotel. I'm still having a better experience at the cheap hotel.
I can tell you I've had a better experience at a literal work camp than I've had with some of my worst experiences of Airbnb. And when I say a work camp, so Alberta's got things like oil sites and so forth. Where people, like a business, will pay for their employees to be able to stay at this camp. Those camps are actually pretty good. I called one up because I was like, I had a court appearance in a place called Red Earth Creek. And Red Earth Creek, as you can gather, is not a big place. They have a hotel with, count them, 3 rooms. And all 3 rooms were booked. So I could not stay there. So I called the mining site work camp, and I was like, can I stay there? And they were like, which company are you with? I'm like, just me. They're like, yeah, we can make that work. I can say it was actually quite a good experience. I was staying in like this tin, it's a tin shack, except that it's like this lengthy hallway of shacks.
What was it? Tin roof rusted? Was it a?
It was tin roof.
Shack?
It had a tin roof.
Love shack. Place where we can get together.
It literally said, if you want to run the shower, you have to leave your door open because otherwise the steam will short out the electrics. But the other thing is, when I got there, they had a dinner set aside for me on a plate with like plastic on it saying like, sorry, you missed dinner. We set one aside for you. Breakfast was like pre-prepared. And you could also grab food for a lunch. Like I grabbed sandwiches to take with me to court. And when I got back, they were like, hey, have dinner. And dinner was like pierogies and bacon. And when I say bacon, I mean real bacon.
Oh,
I actually was like,
Can I go there? Can we go there together?
Did you
Can
go
we
to
camp
heaven?
out there?
This really was the love shack.
it was pretty good. Now, you wouldn't want to be doing any love at that particular shack.
I don't know. The
Says
bacon's
you.
there. I feel like it's in the air.
Sounds judgy,
They-
man. I mean, it
they
wasn't
did actually-
judgy, so I guess
They did actually have signs up saying basically, if you bring a sex worker here, we will evict you.
Oh, so it was the opposite of it. Okay. They really don't want steam impacting the shack.
Yes.
But don't the hookers need the work camps the most?
I figure it's if you are hiring along those lines, you need to stay at their place. But yeah, it was surprisingly comfortable as accommodations go. I don't recommend going to a place called Red Earth Creek, by the way.
Now I'm so lucky. My area where I need to travel sometimes, because sometimes there are no local union clubs but we have members. So I have a 4-hour area where I have to drive, and sometimes I need to stay at hotels. And now for the past maybe 15 years I've done that, and I have quite a lot of points at a certain hotel chain, so I can pay like $70 for a suite. So I'm good.
I can tell you that I have attended court after sleeping in the courthouse parking lot.
Nice.
I have attended court after sleeping in a tent nearby the court. I have attended court after sleeping in my client's house. And you might say this is not such a big deal. Let me tell you why this was a big deal.
He's a criminal defense lawyer, so that goes a long way to why it's a big deal.
Criminal defense lawyer. I'm staying at my client's house. This is for a multi-day trial. They say, come stay with us. And I'm like, okay, because I don't want to insult them, right? So I go, and I am freezing my ass off in this house because there are literal holes in the wall that have a blanket over them. So finally, the thing that helps me get to sleep is their dog comes over, and their dog settles up next to me, and the dog provides some warmth during the night. And I'm sort of snuggled up with this dog, and I'm like, okay, finally I can get some sleep. There's this, the dog is nice because I like dogs, and also the warmth, I get some sleep. I wake up in the morning, they make me breakfast. Breakfast is cereal and milk, and I'm good to go. And they say, "How was your sleep?" And I say, "It was actually kind of cold until until the dog came in." They said, "You've got a really great dog." And they said, "We don't have a dog."
That was not
some random res dog came into their house and settled up next to me. And I'm like, I need a fucking hotel. So the next day I was like, here's the thing. You need me better rested than I was last night. I'm going to book a hotel. And they're like, okay. So some people have asked, what do you mean by res dog? This is on the reserve. So this is an indigenous reservation. And there are, on most reserves, there are res dogs, which are just random feral dogs. So basically, this feral dog.
Feral is such a judgy term. Let's call them dogs of the land.
No, they're feral dogs, and they are everywhere, and it's a huge problem on the res because they get into everything, but they're also coyote bait. So at least they take care of the coyotes out here.
But this feral dog just snuggles up next to me, and I slept snuggled up to this feral fucking dog, and I'm going, all right, maybe I'm gonna get a hotel later because oh my god, I have stayed in some weird scenarios. I will say that. I've slept at more rest stops than I can count. Weirder than the dog. I slept at a guy's it wasn't a client. It was a friend of the client's. and I was sleeping on one side of the bed because there was a leak in the roof. So the other side of the bed was soaked.
Well, okay, Ian, at what point, though, do you call it quits? At what point do you go, you know what? This ain't working out. I'll sleep in the car. Like, is it the niceness? Is it the Canadian niceness? You don't want to like offend your host?
It's partially the Canadian niceness and partially just that I have slept in all sorts of weird scenarios. Like I've gone out hiking and slept in like a lean-to that I made myself. I'm pretty resilient overall. So,
well, from now on, you are no longer Ian the elf. You are Ian the dog whisperer, as far as I'm concerned.
What res were you on? I'm pretty sure that one was I'm assuming I'm not mixing up events. That was out Wabasca Demarais. So yeah, and people are like, you have to come to the city for an Airbnb to be useful. I can tell you, there's no Airbnbs on the res. It's just not a thing. The other fun experience on the res. So I had a wonderful trial that was set for 2 days, and then I had another trial that was set for 3 days. So I was running the entire 5-day court thing in one jurisdiction, which was good planning on my part. But we go in day one, and I demolish their lead witness. Like, their lead witness was a lying sack of shit, and I got to crush them. So the Crown was like, day one, they're like, we're withdrawing this. This is not going anywhere. Our witness is a lying sack of crap. So now I've got a spare day. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to the bar. And I'm going to this res bar. And so, like, I'm on the reserve. I'm going to the bar. I walk into this res bar, and you know that thing on Westerns where, like, the hero walks into the bar and everything stops? Everyone stops talking? Literally that. It was the white guy walks into the res bar and everyone stops talking. So I walk up to the bar and I'm like, can I get a beer? And the bartender is sitting there and he just stares at me. I'm like, can I get a beer? And he's like, just dead ass eyeing me. And finally, I hear this voice from the back. He's cool. He's with me. And it's my client. I hadn't seen him, but he's sitting in the back. Now, he was on no alcohol conditions up until I got his charge dismissed. So, of course, he's at the bar because now he's been on no alcohol conditions for like 12 months. So he's now like, I'm hitting the bar. And he's like, he's with me. And the bartender goes, and now he starts filling me a glass. And I'm like, holy shit. Because he was not going to serve me until he heard that. I get my beer. I go over. I find an empty table. I sit down. And
you didn't want to drink with your client?
My client was with like 4 other people. He was already good. I had somebody come down and he said, like, this big guy goes, you're pretty brave to be drinking here. And I said, is there another bar in town? And he goes, no. I said, is this not alcohol? He said, yep. I said, you want one? He said, yeah. I go up to the bar, get 2 more beers, and this guy is my best fucking friend for the rest of the night. He's like, I love you, man. I bought him a beer. It was
saving feral dogs and curing racism, all in the night of Runkle.
I mean, the thing is I'm at a res bar. I don't belong there, right? Like, there's no it's not like just random people wander into a res bar. It was like, what the fuck are you doing here? It's a bar where you know the Cheers thing of like, this is a bar where everyone knows your name.
It's that.
Yeah.
It's just
Mm.
if you don't know your name, then you are at the wrong bar. And quite frankly, if it wasn't for the situation of like my clients
Why don't
picking
you
up
just
for
point?
me,
Why don't you just point out that they're discriminating to you on the basis of race and see how well that goes?
maybe not.
Mm.
If it wasn't for my clients picking up for me, I would have turned around and left because
Yeah.
there's some shit that's not worth dying for,
Mm.
and
Oh,
yeah.
now you're implying violence by the res people.
When
That's
you
not very
play,
nice.
listen, when you're on res land, you play by res rules. Okay, that's just how it is. That's how it
The
is.
thing is, every reservation has its own culture,
Mhm.
and you have to know what the fuck you're dealing with. Because different reservations, some reservations are very hostile to outsiders, some are very welcoming. A lot of them are super fucking welcoming to outsiders. This one, not so much. But I can also tell you, I've been to another reservation where I got pulled over at the side of the road by two trucks full of guys with guns who wanted to confirm who I was and what I was doing there. And the thing is you might say, oh, they're so upset about this. The reason is that they, like, people have this stereotype of like the reservation of robbing nearby communities. Nearby communities rob the reservations too.
Yep.
And so, like, the meth heads that go on to the reservation to steal their tractors and shit, they wanted to make sure that's not what I was doing. And fair ball. They confirmed that I was there for a reason. Like, they called around. They're like, all right, on your way. I have not had a really bad experience on a reservation. I've had some tense moments, but I've not had a really bad experience. And I can also say that there are plenty of reservations that have welcomed me on with way more hospitality than they had any need to. I was doing the fireworks show up at Cold Lake, the Cold Lake Reserve. And like, I'm just there, I'm hired, like, I'm just doing the fireworks show. And they're like, you should come out and join us for our dinner. And their dinner was steak and shrimp. Like, they're like, come have steak and shrimp with us.
I like steak
And I'm
and
like,
shrimp.
I'm some random dipshit who's just wandering into your territory. And yeah, they fed me real well. So,
yeah. And word of advice about Sweden: if you go to one of our no-go zones, into one of these no-chain fast food joints, and the French fries taste old, you need to leave, because that fast food joint is not for fast food. That's
what's it for?
That's that commonly known as a front.
Oh,
There are some front locations that I'm aware of in Edmonton here, and I wouldn't eat there.
Yeah, the reason the French fries taste old is because nobody goes in there to eat.
So in Vancouver, I went to a restaurant that was. So I walk in, and there's nobody in there, and I sit down, and nobody comes to talk to me for like half an hour. Finally, this guy comes up and he's like, do you want to eat? And I said, yes. And he said, okay. And I'm expecting him to come back with a menu. He does not come back with a menu. He comes back with soup. And it was really good soup. And I look over and he's eating a bowl of the same soup. And so I'm like, okay. He eventually comes out and he delivers a sandwich. And it was actually a pretty good sandwich. And I eat the sandwich. And he comes back and is like, are you done? I'm like, yes. Can I get the bill? And he's like, $5.
He's just making it up.
I'm like, what?
I don't know.
He's like, $5. And so I give him $5 and he's like, thank you. And I'm like, and I leave and I'm like, this was organized crime. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way this restaurant actually is a restaurant.
It's like you take in your jacket to have it dry cleaned and they just stare at you like, what do you want us to do? And you're like, I want it dry cleaned. And you go to pick it up. They call you a half hour later, which is always the tell. And they're like, we dry cleaned it for you. And they've just ironed in the stains and like hand it back to you. And they're like, thank you for your $30, ma'am. I grew up, if you guys know where Hoda Villa is, it's like, it's on the res, on the Hopi res, like in the Hopi reservation, and the Hopi reservation sits sort of inside the Navajo res. And the Navajo reservation, like, people have no concept of how huge it is. It's just huge. And they have rules against like cameras being in the Hopi reservation, filming everything. So like I have a love for our indigenous people, but I am really particular about, because I grew up on Hopi res, I am particular about which reservations I stop at as a result, because I've received certain biases by the families I lived with and the people I grew up with.
There are
So-
reservations that are wonderfully welcoming.
Yep.
There are ones where I will not go.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I love driving through Resland because they typically don't have police there. And so you can just hit the gas and just speed all the way through. Don't tell anyone.
The other fun thing is when you go on. So I went on one reserve at the gas station, and I needed to go to this gas station because I was like running on fumes. So I stop at this gas station, I fill up, and the guy goes, so you have your status, right? And I said, no. And he said, I didn't hear you. You have your status, right? And I said, I don't, though. And he says, it takes me 30 minutes to update our machines to switch them over. So you have your status. And he just builds, and he just runs the thing. And I'm like, but I don't, though. Because he's using old machines. And
Well, I mean, I can't lie to you because that would be fraud.
And I'm just like, but I don't, though. He's like, nope, you've got your status. And I'm like,
hey, look, as long as you know and you want to bill me, that's fine. But I can't lie to you. That would be illegal.
So he's like,
you want to lie to you know, you go nuts.
Yep. So he's just like, I'm gonna run this through. The other fun one was this is at the time it was Hobima. It's now called Masquachis. There's a gas station there, and I'm there. I'm stopped. And there's a bunch of feral dogs outside. And the thing you got to know about feral dogs is feral dogs can be really, really dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
Because feral dogs are wolves. Wolves want nothing to do with you. Wolves smell human, and their response is just something in their hindbrain says, "Get the fuck away from this." Feral dogs, on the other hand, their reaction to the smell of people is go towards this.
And coyotes.
And then their reaction is, now I'm hungry and this thing is made of meat. Feral dogs are super dangerous. I would much rather deal with a pack of wolves than a pack of feral dogs any day of the week. So there's all these feral dogs at this gas station, and I'm just like, I'm going to sit in my car and wait for them to fuck off. And this old indigenous guy is on this porch. It's an elevated porch with a gate. And he leans over and he says, why don't you get gas? And I'm like, because you've got these feral dogs out and I'm not stupid. And he's like, you're not as dumb as the average white boy we see out here. And I said, you're damn right about that. And he says, you want me to get the rifle? And I'm like, honestly? He's like, we'll wait 30 minutes. If they're still here, I'm getting the gun. And I'm like, okay.
I'd be like, get the gun now. Like, get the gun, please, for the love of God, yes.
So we wait about 20 minutes and the dogs fuck off. They leave. And I get out and pump the gas and I go in and this guy, he's got the greatest sense of humor. He's like, you know, so you didn't want to pet the dog, he said. I'm like, no, I did not. And he's like, so you've seen a res dog before? And I'm like, I have, yes. And he's like, not a whole lot of white people who have seen a res dog. And I'm like,
let me tell you a story about the time I slept with one.
I'm like, I'm not your average moron. And he's like,
well, that has different connotations because res dog can be a person too. So
Was it female dog?
You know, I didn't actually check. But it's just like you gotta, and the thing is like the people are the same everywhere. People are fundamentally, we want the same shit. We want to not be in pain. We want to succeed in life. We want to experience good things. You just, people have very different experiences.
I'm not sure how true that is, to be honest. I'm not sure how true it is that we all universally want the same thing. Sometimes I deeply, deeply question that premise.
I feel like overall we do. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but...
No, I think we as human beings desire innately certain connections and experiences. So like, I don't think anybody is born into the world wanting to suffer pain and suffer affliction and suffer, oppression or suffer the inability to manifest themselves. I think that I think so like, I don't know, in my experience, and I'm not the most well-traveled person in the world, so don't get me wrong, but I have had the opportunity, and it is a blessed opportunity to live in many, many, many different communities. Growing up, I moved like every 6 months. And so I was always the outsider and I was always the new girl, but I was always able to find new friends and ingratiate myself and become a part of the community to the extent that I could, right? So like, I would never claim to be Hopi, even though I very much consider my Hopi family my family, right? And I lived there long enough that I could say I was from Hodavilla. I would never do that because I will never be Hopi and have the Hopi experience. And I can't comprehend their experience.
Not a lot of Hopi who have this going on.
Actually, for historical reasons. But
am I wrong on that? That's
yeah. So that's the thing, right? Is there's ties to the land that I can't relate to. I would really love to go back to my ancestors' homeland to get a feel for what that feels like, because my indigeneity is tied to where I am and my experiences. It's not necessarily tied to where I was raised and where I grew up. But I do recognize that we as human beings all seek deeper connection. And when I say all, I mean 99.99% of us, unless we have some sort of mental illness or behavioral disorder. I really do think human beings fundamentally want connection, want to self-actualize, and want to experience certain experiences that only humans can have. That is very unique to humanity.
And so, I can say there's probably like a dozen reserves where I know people where if I walked in and was like, I need a place to sleep tonight, I could find a place to sleep at that reserve. But that's very different from being like a person who lives on that reserve, who, who has, and I mean, going and saying like, I've given tobacco to elders on this reserve is a very different thing from saying I am a part of this reservation.
Yep.
And like, if you don't know which reserves you should bring tobacco and, so forth, it's like, you don't have that background. I will say, never bring a bottle of wine to a reserve.
Well, in some reservations, it's illegal.
In some reservations, it's illegal. And in most reservations, like nearly all, it's insulting. It's either insulting or it's like religiously improper, like to the extent of like bringing a hey, here's a carving of Baphomet to a Catholic. It's like you just don't do it. Which is funny because like a bottle of wine is the go-to gift for like if I'm going over to a friend's house in white culture, it's like, hey, here's a bottle of wine. That's a pretty decent, like, safe gift.
Yeah.
It is insulting and toxic if you bring it on reserve. And I can tell you, reserves talk. They have a heartbeat. And that heartbeat, like, people will hear about you before you get to the other side of the reserve. And if I show up at a client's house and I'm like, here's a bottle of wine, I will walk into the restaurant later that day and get get stink eye.
Is it specifically wine or is it any alcohol?
Any alcohol.
Any alcohol. Whenever I go to res, I bring water. So I'll go to I'll do a Costco run. So I'll get Nick, do you have Costco?
Nope.
In Sweden? Okay. Well, we have this phenomenal thing, a gift to mankind called Costco. And you can go there, you have a membership, and you get everything wholesale, and you get wholesale prices. So I go there and I load up on melon. Typically, when I go to res, I plan on bringing melon, water, toilet paper, sugar, flour.
We have Lidl over here.
Oh, nice.
Nice. That's a German chain, one of the largest in Europe. You walk into a store and you can get your dinner, a pair of shoes, toilet paper, and a new tire for your bicycle.
So the go-to gift in my experience, though, is tobacco. Like if you bring tobacco on res, you can give it to an elder, you can give it to, someone in a place of authority. And the biggest thing you can do, by the way, for anyone who wants to know, go and purchase gifts for your family and relatives from craftsmen on res, because that helps tremendously on almost any reservation you go to. Spend your money consciously and do it with love, and people will love you for it. Buy the food, like enjoy your time. Like most reservations I go to, at least they welcome outsiders and they're very, very kind.
The other thing,
treat everyone with respect and always be careful. Acknowledge this is not your property, this is not your land, and the rules don't apply that normally would apply.
And also, when I say tobacco, I mean loose tobacco, not cigarettes, loose tobacco. The other thing is that you will always, the safest gift is something you made yourself out of natural materials. So as an example, I went to an invitation to talk to an elder. And this is like one of these invitations that is, you don't fuck around with, because it is, it's not quite like you get an invitation to speak with the Pope, but it's like you get an invitation to speak with a cardinal kind of thing. And so I was like, here's a handmade gift out of leather with personal significance. And I, hand this over and explain the significance of it. And the explanation is part of the gift. Like, it's not just here's the thing, it's also here's the story behind the thing. And that's a cultural aspect, right? It's, and the gift was well received. And, you could have gifts that are well received and gifts that are poorly received. And that that weighs on you as to how you deal with this. You got to know what you're dealing with these communities, because you are stepping into an entirely different world, and you've got to understand and to approach it with respect, because it's important. And the thing is that all of these important, significant rituals are within our own society as well. It's just that because we're so used to them, we don't understand them.
Yep.
right? Like, let's say I visited Kurt. Let's say I visited Kurt and I brought him a gift of, deodorant. How would that go over?
I'd be slightly perplexed by that gift, but I would accept it in good friendship.
Wait,
You'd be
what are you gifting, Kurt?
Like if I brought him deodorant.
I'd be pissed. Are you nuts?
Exactly.
I'd be slapping a bitch. I'd be like, get out of my, don't stink. And by the way, to the person who just super chatted, no, I don't mean cigarettes. As Runkle said, I mean like loose tobacco. Another one you could do is
no,
like,
you wouldn't, Danny. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't react that strongly. You would just find it weird.
Nuts? Do you, Kurt? No. There's physical assault going on if someone tries to hand me freaking deodorant.
Well,
I have
perfume, maybe, not deodorant.
That would be illegal, and I don't believe you're that violent.
That's okay. It's illegal. I'm a criminal, man. You hand me that, I'm calling Runkle.
Perfume is a very different gift than deodorant.
Yeah.
Yes. Like for Christmas, do you get your wife a vacuum cleaner or jewelry?
I get her whatever the fuck she says she wants.
You got to be careful, right? Because if you and this is another good point. Like if somebody gives you something and you don't want it, do you turn it down or do you accept it and just roll with it? And this depends from tribe to tribe, because different groups will have different rules on that. Some places will have, I'm giving you a gift, and your expectation, like the expectation for that gift is that you will decline it. And in fact, in some cultures, it's you will decline it multiple times before you accept it.
Yep.
Whereas in other cultures, if you get offered a gift and you decline it at all, you are a giant asshole.
Yeah.
And knowing which is really, really important before you walk into that room.
Yeah. And if you go into certain societies in India and says, oh, what a nice lamp, they will give it to you. Don't say things are nice, because they feel obligated to give it to you.
If you walk in, like Norway, if you ask somebody, how are you doing? This is an incredibly personal question. And they'll either tell you how they're doing, like to detail that you would never get in Canada.
It's called a phatic expression. What you're saying is that it's not a phatic expression in Norway, but it is in the United States, because how you're doing is a phatic expression. It's not meant to actually convey information or actually make the request.
Yeah, people say I'm fine, right? Like I'm good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. In Scandinavia, we tell people when we are going to the bathroom and what we are doing there. We share. We overshare.
I overshare too. That's got to be genetic, man. Because I'm also ADHD. That doesn't help. The big thing, you guys, if you're going to give gifts, just the main thing whenever you're encountering a new culture is to just listen, which is something I struggle with. To just be an observer, just listen and kind of follow along. And that is the greatest respect you can give, is just an acknowledgement that the world genuinely doesn't revolve around you. Although in my case, I always think it does. And to give people their space and to acknowledge that you're in someone else's home, territory, land, etc.
Like I brought, so I had a client who I was representing for pro bono, like no money. And I met their grandmother, and I'd brought a bunch of packages of tobacco, and I was like, "Thank you. It's an honor to be able to meet you. Will you accept this?" And I got locked into like a 2-hour discussion, and I say locked into. I enjoyed every moment of it, but I mean, it was just like this is my evening now, because she was like, nobody ever brings me tobacco. Let me explain the significance of tobacco in our culture. And let me, she literally, like this discussion started in her trailer and ended in a forest because she
So
was
the
like,
answer to my question was yes.
it was
Yes,
like,
the answer to your question is yes, Kurt.
yeah.
I love you
Okay.
guys so much. You've made me hungry, and my husband's prepared some Korean barbecue for me.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, you
10.
shouldn't accept it because that's rude or something. I don't know.
I'm being rude. I'm being super rude to everyone. I love you all dearly. And
Thank you for coming on, Danny. We've got to do a show sometime, but I know you were posting that you were like on your way to bed when I sent you the invite. So
I was just trying to get the kind heart, their just harmonious spirit that calls on all of the forces of nature, particularly dogs, to come and comfort them in a time of need. I just had to come on and congratulate you for all that you are and all that you do, and tell your listeners and anyone who's watching right now who isn't subscribed, please subscribe to Runkle the Bailey. Leave a like down below. Love you guys.
Danny and Direct, check out her channel. It is fantastic stuff. It is massive. Like, you're gonna be huge. I'm still building. I'm
sending you some deodorant.
And I'll send you a bomb. The next time you guys turn on the news and you wonder, hey, wait a second, why did Danny suddenly become the Unabomber? Now you'll know. Love you guys. Have a great night.
What I do know is that if you find yourself in northwest Ukraine, walk into a bar and discover nobody talks English, offer the cigarette smokers your cigars and you will drink for free.
I can tell you, I've walked into random bars. So I started out in my Norway trip in Oslo. And in Oslo, everyone speaks English. And they will apologize for how bad their English is when it's A, perfect, and B, the accent is lovely. But I ended up in rural Norway where no one spoke English. And so I was sitting there and I'm, drinking, and I'm kind of like, I'm obviously the odd person out. So I was just like, can I get that? And the guy doesn't understand what I'm saying. So he pours a glass and I say, and I keep pointing and he brings the bottle and I go, bottle. And he goes, okay. And I sort of hold up some money and he says, and I sort of keep counting it out on the table until he's like, we're good. It was a lot of money. I'll just tell you that. And I was just like, bottle over that way, towards like the people who were like the other people. He's like, okay. So he grabs a bunch of glasses and just basically shares this bottle out amongst people. And I had a great time with people who I didn't speak a word of English with any of them. But, it's just different cultures. You got to know what's appropriate, different gifts will be viewed as either insulting, agreeable, or excellent, depending on which, and you just got to know what you're dealing with there.
Yeah. For Sweden, it is, we really like our personal space. And I've said this before, but not on this channel, that once
don't be a close talker.
Yeah.
And I mean, from my experience in Norway, don't intrude on people with questions like how are you doing? Yeah. It's an overly personal question.
Yeah. And
like the question, you all right? Also similar. Like if you ask if you're all right, that can be perceived as a actual inquiry or just a just a friendly conversation.
In Norway, unless you actually give a shit about whether or not somebody's all right, don't ask. Whereas I hate that question in Canada / the US, because like, are you okay? The only acceptable answer is, yeah, I'm fine. When really you can be having a really shit day and you can really need somebody to be there for you. And yet the only acceptable answer is, oh, yeah, I'm fine. It's a dick question. I hate that question. It's a dick question. But
Yeah.
That's why I never
And
ask if you're okay, Runkle, because I want to know.
Yeah, in Sweden, in the beginning of the pandemic, we got the recommendation you have to be at 6 feet, and we all said, "Why so close?" It's a-
I mean, it's just
Different
I
cultures
like-
are different.
I like a variety of different cultures, but you've gotta realize where you're standing.
I mean, Oslo is an expensive city. I think it's more expensive to live in Oslo than in Dubai.
That would not surprise me. All right, let's cover one last case before we wrap up. This is the case of Mark Blunt, also known as Mark Jerome Johnson Blunt. LSAT score of, what was it, 170?
Is he a smoker?
Oh, the guy with the good LSAT score. What does he want
The
to bring
guy-
to the score table today?
The guy who filed his LSAT score.
Mhm.
Oh,
And
no.
What does he wish to bring to the court's? What does the court wish to bring to his attention today?
So, if you haven't been following this story, this guy wanted to challenge the rules. He said that he gets to possess a machine gun,
Okay.
not because the gun control laws are themselves unconstitutional,
Okay.
but that he is a member of what he calls the posterity,
Okay.
which is the people who are the descendants of the people pre-Confederation.
Okay, that would be a lot of people in the United States potentially.
He says that they have special rights,
I have part of my family line that goes that far back.
and he says that they have special rights that other people don't have,
Oh, okay. I missed that part of the Constitution. All right.
citing specifically to the case of Uncivil's favorite case, Dred Scott,
Oh, okay.
for the proposition that some Americans have more rights than others.
Well, that was kind of true at the time Dred Scott was written, but some things have changed since then.
Yeah.
I want him to take a DNA test just to discover he's 14% sub-Saharan and Askarate Jew. Just for the laugh of it.
I'm just like, it is a bold move to cite Dred Scott for the proposition that some Americans have more rights than others.
You're saying it for the proposition that it's still good law, which is even worse. Really?
I mean,
you want Dred Scott to be still good law? Okay. I mean, I seem to remember something about 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment, but okay, fine.
I looked at another case that cited Dred Scott for the proposition of basically the other side is arguing a Dred Scott position, and therefore they are horrible monsters that you should ignore. But this guy's actually citing Dred Scott for the proposition that it establishes that he's entitled to more rights than others. And he doesn't specifically say what others, but read between the lines when he's citing Dred Scott. So the government filed a motion to dismiss, and I should note he filed an initial filing that was 189 pages.
It's pretty lengthy.
Have you ever filed 189 pages?
Nope.
Neither have I.
Nope.
Because I can tell you, if you're filing 190 or 189 pages, the court thinks you're a fucking lunatic. So,
if you need more than 30 pages for your complaint, you're doing it wrong.
Yeah, like the Supreme Court of Canada puts a hard limit on your page count. And like you can ask for an exception and they will say no. Because why? So, plaintiff alleges that all the laws are unconstitutional as they infringe and deprive plaintiff of his ancient, inalienable, private, individual, absolute, ancestral, sovereign, common law right to keep and bear arms, retained by ancestors, the founders of this country, and enumerated in the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution by prohibiting plaintiff from possessing machine guns of all descriptions manufactured after 1986. Plaintiff prays that this court enjoins defendants from enforcing their prohibition as to plaintiff's possession of machine guns. Now, their response... Now, this is a good question. Didn't he file his whole family tree? He did. He filed his family tree as an exhibit. And I can tell you, there are circumstances where that is warranted, which is family law or estate law might be relevant to say, I am related to this person.
If we're trying to figure out who gets in the inheritance, maybe?
Yeah, exactly. Like, this person died intestate. I am related to this person, therefore I should get the inheritance.
Yeah.
I have seen this happen in situations where, particularly in situations where it's a question of whether or not the inheritance is going to go to the government.
Mm-hmm.
Because in Canada, and I think in most places, or
which is
perhaps
called
all,
a sheet.
Typically, the government is the last person who will inherit your estate.
Yes, it is.
So if you die intestate, it'll be like, first, we're looking for any spouse. Second, we're looking for any parents.
Mm-hmm.
Third, we're looking for siblings.
Children,
Fourth, we're looking
siblings.
for cousins.
Yeah.
Fifth, we're looking for like second cousins and like people have heard of you at the bar. And finally, at the end of all of this, we're looking for the government. The government is ultimately the last inheritor. If you can't find a cousin, a second cousin, you know,
some states cut it off at some point. Some states go on forever. And that's where we get my favorite phrase, the table of consanguinity, where we say, how far removed are you from someone on your family tree? And when do we stop counting?
And there are situations where people have inherited sometimes substantial money on the basis of, I am very distantly related to some dead guy.
It does occasionally happen, yes.
It happens.
Luxury. In Sweden, we have something called the Public Inheritance Fund, and they sometimes sue children of someone who died just to get a hold of the inheritance.
It's just like,
that's our form of civil forfeiture.
I mean, in Canada, it could be like, you know, some rich guy dies. He's got no kids. He's got no parents. He's got no siblings. But there's a third cousin once removed. And the government says, by the way, did you know that you're the inheritor of this estate? Yeah. So that's a thing that can sometimes happen. But he says, based on this, he should get, you know, he's using this to say he should get a machine gun.
Mm-hmm.
Plaintiff alleges he is standing to bring his claims because he plans on purchasing an M16, M4 rifle, squad automatic weapon, or other machine gun which comprises the standard issued equipment of a service member of the United States military, manufactured after 1987, to wit, an ordinary military weapon, or converting the AR-15 rifles that he already lawfully possesses to automatic weapons.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what was the government's...
I'll give him standing. I'll give him standing. I'm still going to rule against him for every other reason. Sure, you have standing. That's fine.
The government actually, their position was, you have to allege something more specific than a vague notion of this. And
I'll give him standing. Okay, it's fine.
The government or the court refuses him standing. They say he alleges his intention or plan, but they don't actually say, like, he never actually says when he's going to do this or how he's going to do this. So he runs afoul of the issues of this being they say, to survive a motion to dismiss, he must do more than recite the bare elements of a cause of action. So he's got to actually have something more. He bears the burden to plead facts showing an invasion of a legally protected interest that is concrete and particularized and actual or imminent, as opposed to a conjectural or hypothetical interest. Now the thing is had he been helped by somebody who actually did firearm litigation in the US, they would have told him to, for instance, apply for a tax stamp and get denied that tax stamp on the basis of you're not entitled to have it.
Or maybe even going to a gun store and being like, can I buy an M4? And then being told no. It's like, oh, I went to the gun store to try to buy an M4 and they denied me. So
this is not hard.
To do it.
This is not difficult. And in fact, people bring gun challenges on this basis all the time without getting rejected. But this guy is going to do it on his own and on the basis of his genetic superiority. Now, let me just see if I can find a picture of this guy.
Does he look like Sam Bankman-Fried?
No, not quite.
Is it worse than the creator of the Odinist cult?
Oh, fuck. I don't even want to know.
Oh, I can put him... Oh, you're going to laugh at this one.
Getting a lot of sports ball players.
Maybe he's a sports ball player.
He is not. I've seen this guy's picture. And
173 LSAT and a sports ball player. Could be.
No, he is not. Let me just try to find him on Twitter.
While you search, Mark Mirabello created the Odinist cult, the Brotherhood of Odin. Look at him and tell me where you see his genetic superiority.
It's good.
Are you sharing?
Yep. Yeah.
He's got broad shoulders, I guess.
That's like Bill Gates' lesser twin. I mean, you can clearly see his Viking ancestry. He created a Viking cult. That guy.
If he can do it, anyone can do it. Why don't you start a Viking cult? You've got more cred.
Yeah.
He's the guy who got left behind when everyone else went on the boats.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a weaker shin than Bill Gates, your genetics isn't superior.
Oh, my God. Yeah, I just, these guys who claim to be like these genetically superior, they're just always these weird-looking people.
Yeah, and I mean, I could credibly start some kind of Viking stuff, but...
We got the three most genetically superior people right on the stream right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't make any claims of genetic superiority.
That hair's pretty fire, man.
The hair is excellent. The rest of it, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, if I were born in the 1920s, I mean, Mr. Hilter would probably love me. What can I say?
But, yeah. So he ultimately gets denied on the basis of a lack of standing, which he could have accomplished fairly easily. Now, for a guy with like a 170 LSAT, I feel like this is some weak tea. Also, I'm just going to say, if you're going to brag about a 170 LSAT, shut the fuck up. Because unless you're at a 180, there's always somebody with a better LSAT. And in this case, that's me. Mark Jerome Johnson Blute, why did you suck so hard at the LSAT? Because I got a 180, and let me tell you, I am not
Did
smart.
You really get a 180?
Or sorry, I got a 178.
I was like about to say, damn.
I missed the 180 by one question. I got a 178.
Well, presumably
Mark
you missed it by
Jerome-
2 questions because there's a 179 in between.
No, there was not a 179 on my. There's not a 179 on every test. Mine didn't have one.
All right, there you go.
So I got a 178 because I missed it by 1 question. Mark Jerome Johnson Bluth. I am not smart. And I beat you handily. So what the fuck is wrong with you, sir? You know what else I don't do? I don't put my LSAT score on my resume. I don't put it in my filings. Because I recognize that it's not impressive.
It's a little impressive.
No. It's a stupid test about how you can do it logic puzzles. All it tests is that I like doing logic puzzles as a kid. That's all that it tests. Like, come on.
I'm impressed by it.
I feel like his genetic claim to family, family lineage.
I can't even remember what I did on the LSAT. I think was it 163? I can't remember what I did. I didn't do that great.
The thing is all that matters on the LSAT is got into a law school.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. At the end of the day, once you're in law school, nobody gives a shit. And it's kind of gauche to mention, other than for purposes of dunking on Mark Jerome Johnson Blunt, genetic dipshit. I mean, his I fucked up my LSAT, but I'm still a competent attorney. I can tell you that there are lawyers out there who got an LSAT that is way worse than mine, who are better lawyers than I am. Because as much as I'd love to say I am the best lawyer who's ever lawyered, no, there's better lawyers out there. It's just, it is what it is, right?
The union paid for my law degree because my grades are nowhere near enough to go to actual law school. I'm done good for the past 30 years, I think. I'm still doing it, at least.
That's the thing, is all that matters at the end of the day is that you get into a law program and that you're doing okay. Right? You I'm not seeing the sticker. Oh, it's a 178.
Oh, that's good.
I think that's the appropriate degree to which that matters. Like, hey, if I got a 164, that would be a difference in that super chat of cents, like literal less than a dime. No, wait, more than it. I'm not going to try to do math. Filing your LSAT score is one of those things that makes your law school just cringe and regret that they gave you a degree.
Yeah, please take us out of your resume. I mean, keep the LSAT, but remove us, please.
And the thing is if the public defender's office doesn't have the right to tell Branca to take off their shirt.
Oh, that letter still is so hilarious. Dude, they got so butthurt. They got butthurt over absolutely nothing. It's so he didn't do anything wrong. And his presentation was perfectly factually right. And
his presentation
I don't even know where to start. Ultimately,
Branca's a controversial figure. But here's the thing. He knows his shit. That's the important thing. He knows, literally, I have done videos where I'm like, if Branca makes a video disagreeing with me, then I am wrong. I have literally put that into videos before. Because he knows his shit so well.
And
I mean, you don't have to like him, but everything he said at the presentation was correct, and his analysis was correct, and his examples were on point. And there are examples where the defendant was successfully acquitted because of the difference, and it's to a group of defense lawyers. So, like, these are pertinent information.
Yeah.
So nothing in his presentation is wrong.
Yeah, and what the
All right.
Colorado public defenders have done now is to deny their clients access to Branca's expertise. And that
you don't have to like him. You don't have to agree with his other views in the world. Whatever. But you can recognize that he knows his shit on self-defense law and is... I don't know of another expert who I would trust more than him. Like 150%. So it's just like, why are you upset about this? And the other thing is, ultimately, the job of a defense lawyer is often to do research, right? If I want to bring in an expert, I got to research the fuck out of that expert. Because I want to know if this expert is vulnerable to some sort of attack. If what they're saying is that they didn't do research on their own expert,
not great.
That is incredibly toxic for themselves. And yeah, I mean, you don't have, like, nobody has to invite anybody onto their platform at all. But do the fucking research, do the analysis, like, figure that shit out before you get there. Also, I now have the picture of Mark Jerome Johnson Blunt.
Yeah, but their letter didn't say we don't like you because of your Twitter stuff. They said we don't like you because you entered the room earlier and your examples are racist and they are of, well, what a douchebag.
Genetic superiority.
That's a slappable face.
I no longer have any interest in what I was saying. I'm sorry. That disrupted me completely.
Genetic superiority right there.
That's a bit of the Habsburg jaw in there, like that inbred look.
Yeah, he does look like his family tree is kind of a wreath.
Yeah, it does not fork.
It just goes in a circle. It's
I met my wife at a family gathering.
Yeah, and I mean, somebody should have told him that smile kind of looks like he is I don't know, that smile kind of looks like he's not allowed to give out candy at Halloween.
That haircut is not doing him any that haircut's not doing him any favors.
And remember, he chose to have that photo on his resume or something, or his webpage,
wherever it is.
Yeah, that's the picture he shows. I guess out of 400 that looked worse. So that's his. He
just looks like a New England aristocratic douche.
I mean, his eyes don't even look like they're the same size. This
guy's from Rhode Island, and he wants to tell me about how he yachted one time. That's who this guy is.
I feel like if this guy never breeds, and that's likely. Oh wait, I think he said that he's got kids, but it would be good for the gene pool if this guy never gets near anyone else. And also, I feel like if this guy is near a school ground, maybe take your kids and go home. Like, that's the kind of look he's got on him. So, for the guy making the argument of like, I genetically have more rights than other people, no, maybe you should be genetically ordered out of the pool by the lifeguard.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to endangered species and stuff like that, you try to achieve a better genetic diversity. For instance, the Scandinavian wolf. You take wolves that are as separate as possible breed to get a better diversity. I don't think he does that.
And you know what? I gotta walk this back. I am really being unfairly insulting to people whose parents are cousins by comparing them to Mark Blunt.
Yeah.
He is objectively terrible. This is a guy who literally filed racism as a basis for why he should get a machine gun. Fuck this guy.
Mm.
All right.
I'm tired.
I am tired too. We've been going for 4 hours. I'm kind of rambling. It's been a while. I can tell you it's been a bit of a week and I need more sleep. I have not been getting enough sleep. So now I should note this was dismissed without prejudice.
Oh no.
It
will continue.
It could be.
Yeah, he's absolutely going to refile. He's going to hopefully somebody instructs him on the basis of like how to bring a claim. But then he's going to bring a new claim. And then he's going to get it shot down on the basis of you are not the Ubermensch. You are the what the fuck is wrong with you, mensch. And yeah. So I'm going to go through as many super chats as we've been able to save because, and I'm sorry if I miss a super chat. StreamYard
is in Israel right now.
StreamYard is fucking up. That's just really what it is.
Is DUI guy in Israel?
DUI guy made it out of Israel.
Okay.
He was in Israel. He got on a plane. He's out.
Yeah, I think he's currently in England, and he has booked a flight back to the States.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
All right, that's good news. All right,
Yeah.
stay safe out there, DUI guy.
Yeah,
stay safe for that matter, everyone else in Israel.
Yeah.
My dad is currently trying to figure out a way out. Right now, it's just a matter of when he can book a plane. I've let him know that there's a number of people who've reached out to me to say that if he needs shelter, he's got a place to stay in different countries. I appreciate all of you. Like, seriously, that is incredibly touching. And we'll just see. I mean, he's in an area that should be safe right now. But
yeah, well, I'm glad.
Yeah, I wish there was more I could do. But unfortunately, sitting here in my chair, there's not a lot I can do that is helpful. And somebody says, what? Why? Visiting relatives. He just learned he had. Like, literally, he just learned that his biological dad was somebody he didn't know. And so he was off in Israel making connections with people, like with family he didn't realize he had. So it's incredibly messed up and tragic that he's out there like dealing with this, but that's the state of the world. I almost was out with him. The only reason I'm not is that I burned my vacation time going to funerals early this year.
That's an interesting thing. You could look at that as a blessing on your part, I guess.
I mean, I used up my vacation time going to Secret McSquirrel's funeral and Corey's funeral. I just didn't have the vacation time to go, or else I'd be with them. So,
wow.
It's and I mean the sad thing is somebody who early on, and I mean when I was at like 4,000 subscribers, they were an early supporter of my channel and have been a supporter of my channel through moments where I was just like, I don't know if I should bother keep doing this. They were there pitching for me. They are at end of life. They were told that basically they could buy themselves another 6 months by doing surgery and chemo.
Mm-hmm.
and they said, "Nah, I'm just gonna go and spend my last days with my family in the woods," which is, I got tremendous respect for it. But I can tell you, my heart is breaking. It's somebody who was there for me at times when it was difficult, and who really, really cared. And I'm just sitting here watching and going, nothing I can do. And it sucks. So anyway, I guess I'll sort of, and I'll say, I made 2 wallets, intending for them to be extra life gifts. I gave the one I liked best to, I sent it off to him, just going, I want to do something, because, yeah. Anyway, thank you guys for watching. I'm gonna go through the super chats. You guys aren't obliged to stick around if you don't want
I'll
to.
go ahead and sign off. I'm beat, but I'll talk to you guys later.
Cheers. Thanks for joining me, Kurt. It's much
Bye.
appreciated.
Yeah, I saw 1 or 2 that was addressed to me, I think. So I'll stick around for another 20 minutes.
I'll try to cover those first. So one said, Rhineman YYC says, Nick, is it like Estonian and Finnish? If both of you are drunk enough, you can understand each other perfectly?
Yep.
I feel that's a good good comparison there. I'm trying to find others that are for you specifically.
Phoenix Paw early on. If Nick is Swedish, he'll be able to read this. Vanligt svenskt bryggkaffe, svårt att slå, själv är en tedrickare. Hälsningar från Sverige. It's ordinary Swedish brew coffee, hard to beat. I'm a tea drinker. Hello from Sweden. Yay.
I speak 0 Swedish, but I wish I wish I'd learned a little bit of Norwegian. I speak none of it, and but if I make it out to Sweden, we'll have to go have schnapps and surströmming.
Yep, definitely.
And
there is a surströmming shortage because of overfishing in the Baltic Sea, but I will get one.
And didn't Oscar say that they were not that they're not making surströmming anymore?
They are taking a 1-year break.
Okay, because and I'll try to find the video where I do the surströmming and send it your way. I mean, everybody says it's like super awful.
Yeah, but that's only when you do it. Well, even if you do everything correct, yes, it still smells. But the taste, it's salty fish.
That's the thing, is it was like salt and fish and a bit of fermentation taste.
Yeah.
And I was like, this isn't good enough to spend $100 to order a can here in Canada. But I'd eat it again if it was like at a restaurant.
Yeah.
Like if I could just go and order it, I would totally eat that again.
Yeah, it's a hard dish to serve in a restaurant. But no, I'll make something happen.
I saw one video where there was like a Swedish chef who brought a bunch of people to try surströmming out like at a little cabin, and I was just like, and they all liked it, and I was like, that makes sense to me. People are talking about lefse, which is like Norwegian potato pancake that they often serve, that they often have hot dogs in. I don't know. So a thing in Norway is that they'll get these little disposable barbecues. And basically you just light the barbecue and it burns, and you cook your hot dogs on it, and then it burns out and you throw it out. Like it's a disposable barbecue. And I'm just like, but it's just hot dogs though. Like this is not like the whole lefse polska, where it's like the potato pancake wrapped around a hot dog. And I'm just like, this is just a disappointing hot dog. So, yeah. So Canonical Heat, right at the outset of the show, thank you for 50 gifted memberships. That's super appreciated. I thank you so much. Rhineman YYC, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Old Possum, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Kristen M96, $2. Happy Thanksgiving to the Canadians in the chat. I have a ham in the other room. I cooked a ham during the stream because turkey is garbage bird. Turkey is like a bird that tastes like drywall, but ham is so good.
Yeah.
And goose is so good. Evil Critter says, hello, everyone. I'm off to bed. I'll listen tomorrow. Evil Critter had a birthday just recently, so happy birthday, Evil Critter. Much appreciated. Sardinism says, replay crew, kitten run over, name whisper, can't. I hope you're all right, Sardinisms. I just can't imagine. Phoenix Paw gave a super chat that Nicholas already read that I could not begin to read. Veronica says, oh, she's creating a cult, referring to Digilo, the Queen of Canada. Evil Critter says, I'll take a med bed, please. I can tell you, if I had access to a med bed, there are a bunch of people I would be I'd be providing that to. I wish it existed. Really do, but it doesn't. Just Ginge says, I'm getting room temperature IQ here. I think that was referring to Digilo.
That's a good one.
It is. It's especially good in metric.
Yeah.
Caitlin Moore says, sounds like we're in for a fun night. I hope you had a fun night. Rhineman YYC said, is it like Estonian and Finnish? If both of you are drunk enough, you can understand each other perfectly. I think he said yes on that one. Pampered Shelley said, Ian, you look like you're feeling much better. I can tell you, I think it was a good thing for me to get out into the forest. I didn't manage to bring anything in. It was an unsuccessful hunt, but just being out there, breathing forest air, tromping through the forest, I fucked up a $800 coat. I still had a good outing.
Yeah.
So Koru says, watch Rob, but I'm here now. Hello, all. Law and Lumber, Rob says, ran a little late. Happy Monday with a $2 super chat. Much appreciated. Sandy, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. Lady Draconis, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Angie Torres, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Baby Gator, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. And Fiona W., thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Sin, thank you for a gifted membership. Much appreciated. Stephanie 1208, thanks Ian for always explaining law to us newbies. That's really what this channel is about. I can tell you there are other law sort of podcast channels, etc., that make more money aiming at lawyers, because you can charge a lawyer $500 for access to your shit. I would much rather provide access for free to the public to get them to just help people understand stuff. Carla Riley, thank you for the $10 super chat. Can you pin the link to the charity that Ian is participating in, the Stollery Children's Hospital Foundation? Next milestone is $1,000. I think I pinned that. So, Lori Linney, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Canonical Heath says, we've got Ian to $870 for the Stollery. Surely we can get him to $1,000 soon. I'm just going to hit refresh because I'm pretty sure it's past $1,000. It is at 1,190. So we are at 1/50th of our goal, which is a good place to be. Whiskey Sour says, what is the barrel length in Canada that constitutes as SBR? I'm of the understanding that the Tavor is a 16-inch, making it not an SBR. For a semi-auto firearm, semi-auto center fire, it's 470 millimeters. Damocles of Syracuse at $10 saying, you're in the Soviet Republic of Canada. Are you allowed to look at photos of guns? They still let me look at pictures of guns. Whiskey Sour says, bullpup design allows you to keep your barrel length. Offhand is left-handed. The Tavor is right-handed. So you can pay more for a left-handed model. Yeah, I'm right-handed, so I've just got the right-handed model. Kristen M96, speaking of guns, don't forget to nominate our favorite elf for the Gundies. We want him to win again. I got a Gundy last year, and I don't think I'm going to get one this year, but it would be nice. Lori and Lenny, hope he's okay. Epic 23andMe plus friends with benefits equals Ian. Ooh, that's spicy.
Oh, yeah.
Little bit. Snoopykins, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. My grandmother passed when I was like 12, and I miss her terribly because my grandmother was a wonderful woman. She was fantastic. And I'd love to be able to sit down and ask her about this, because I can tell you, if I were to ask her about this, she'd just answer straight up, and she'd tell me what was going on. And it would be it'd be an interesting conversation. I miss her so much. I owe her a tremendous amount. When I was struggling to get through high school because of my attention deficit, she had me coming over to her house, her townhouse, in order to get tutoring, because she's one of those people who just gives a shit. And I put tremendous value on the people out there who give a shit, because that's not everybody by a long stretch. Snoopykins, thank you for 10 gifted memberships. Jill Higgins, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Lori Lenny, speaking about versions of the fifth in each different country, that's probably a video all on its own. Canada has a very different implementation of the same idea. WW, it would be great to see Ian do a rewatch of the Zachariah Anderson trial. Maybe that's the thing I got to do at some point, although I would be raging. Law and Lumber says, Ian and Kurt, both guests of Law, Lumber and Lodging. Nicholas, when's your trip?
Oh, that was the surströmming if I went to Canada, I think. But I answered
or if you went to Virginia.
Virginia. Well, maybe I can do it as a diversion when I go to that AnimeCon next year.
I like that idea. Joloy, with 20 euros, a beer for you and your dad. Thank you so much. I'm hoping to see him soon and share a beer with him. There's a lot I want to catch up with him on. Krista Peterson, similar to lutefisk, we eat that in North Dakota. I can tell you lutefisk is different than surströmming. Lutefisk is mostly just kind of pasty.
Yeah, it's white fish that is dehydrated through a process, then rehydrated several times around to get rid of the lut. I don't know the English word for it, but it's
lye.
Lye, yeah. So you have to boil it up several times to get rid of the lye. And then it's a mush of sorts.
So if you're wondering what lye is a key ingredient in soap. If you've watched Fight Club, when you see him burning the guy's hand, that's with lye. Lye has been used by Mexican cartels to dissolve the corpses of their enemies. It is used in soap making.
You had a court case not long ago in the girl who allegedly threw lye at her dad.
Yeah, and killed him that way. So lye is horrible.
Yeah.
Lutefisk is fish preserved in lye and then rinsed out enough times that it is now lye free. And lye is in Drano. Somebody says that is correct.
But the good thing about lutefisk is the mustard sauce you get to it.
Lye is lutefisk is basically the reason why the Vikings were so upset when they arrived. It's because they've just been on a boat eating lutefisk the whole way, and they're so pissed off. They actually set out on a mission of like diplomacy and good relations, but they were eating lutefisk the whole way, And so by the time they arrived, they were like, fuck it, let's kill everything.
Yeah. Or they went to Constantinople or founded modern Russia and stuff like that.
Or that.
A bunch of weird stuff back in the day.
So Against the Tide says, don't forget to like, subscribe to his game channel. That's Roll of Law. Whiskey Sour says, Kurt, what class would you play? Whatever lets him kill the most people. Rachel Duick says, my late entry fee with a one of these. That is so thank you so much, Rachel. That's much appreciated. Emma Zay with 5 gifted memberships. Thilo Agthe with a member chat that I already read, saying I should invite Steve Lato to one of my streams. I would love for him to show up. I don't think it's likely. Angie Torres, that was a $5 swig of hot sauce. I just like hot sauce. Nicola has ADHD. Happy ADHD Awareness Month. We're all out there. I think that there's a lot of us online. Joanna Kate, sleeping in odd places might explain bad back. My bad back originates originally with my dad. When you're young, your back or your bones are flexible. They tend to bend rather than breaking. And my dad and bad ankles run in my family. And my dad fell on me. So my ribs and back are misshapen because of that. And it just is what it is. AG says, as someone with indigenous heritage, we were taught to hide if a lighter skinned person drove up that we didn't know. There was a reason. Sadly, there was reason. I wish that wasn't the case, but I'm not going to fault somebody for that. Kristen M96, were you going to do the Disney water slide story? I can talk about that really briefly. Somebody's suing Disney for what they call a injurious wedgie. Now, wedgie.
Yeah, I heard about that. It's not a wedgie, is it?
It was that she was like seriously injured to a degree that like her internal organs were out. And this feels like the hot coffee case where you've got a company saying basically that oh, it's just a wedgie. It's not just a wedgie. She was seriously injured. So I'm going to do a video on this at some point. That'll be a proper video on this. But she was seriously injured. And yeah, I want to do a video on that one because it's horrifying. It just is a horrible case. Uncivil with the 178 donation, much appreciated. Chicken Head PK Neely says, I am native. Did she say bring a gift of cigarettes? What? Tobacco, not cigarettes. There's a difference. There's such a difference.
Yeah.
Chicken Head PK Neely, no, exclamation mark. And again, it really depends on which group you're visiting. You can't assume that indigenous people are a block because like indigenous, if you're visiting one particular Cree reserve versus an Inuit reserve, like an Inuit group versus, Blackfoot versus like everybody's got different traditions and different practices. It's the same thing as like France versus England. And so you gotta know what you're dealing with and who you gotta listen and ask questions. As Ted Lasso would say, be curious, right? It's important. 20th Century Fox says, here's my gift to you, Ian. 6 months an associate. Much appreciated. Chickenhead PK Neely says, our tribe does not allow alcohol, drugs, or tobacco. Nia Bay. And that's the thing. That's why you've got to be curious, why you got to ask questions. What is considered to be a respectful traditional gift on one reserve is an insult on another. You got to know what you're dealing with. And one of the best things to do is just talk to somebody. People are almost always willing to tell you what they're about, right? Jeremy Morton, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Jeremy Morton also says, have chromatosis. Turkey is greater than ham. Hey, if you got a medical condition that says eat turkey, then eat the turkey.
Yeah.
KPT says, love you, Ian. Thank you for the content. Much appreciated. And I think we're all caught up. And Emma Zay says, so Ruggles been watching Ted Lasso too. I kind of like Ted Lasso because it's just relaxing, right? It's just it's peaceful.
Yeah. And in November, when we're talking about eating birds, in this part of Sweden, we have something called Mårtengås, where we eat goose and black soup.
Ooh.
Yeah. And
I like goose.
Yeah.
I think goose is great.
And for you who don't know what black soup is, it's blood.
I mean, the number of places where blood is a key portion of the diet is
Here's the thing.
A lot.
Back in the day, everything on an animal needed to be food or food container. What do you think the original sausage was? I mean, it was leftovers stuffed in yeah. And now you get that. Now you don't have many viewers left.
So, all right. At this point, I am pretty exhausted. I am going to wrap things up. I'm going to send Niklaus a link to where I try surstrumming because, but we'll have to watch that another time. So, because I am exhausted, but I am going to roll the outro, and we'll see you guys another time. So, and outro.